YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We're gonna open this box right now. It's gonna be amazing. And I know some of you guys are holding your breath saying, really? Yes.
Me, yes.
Yes, really. And I had cat food under it. That was an optical illusion. It's all for show.
I was hoping it was an e-bike.
It's not an e-bike. An e-bike would take us a lot less time.
I know, that's what.
Okay, guys, for those of you that are brand new to Brian Phillips RC, we've done Dynam before. We're doing this again. We're going out on a limb. We have been promised that Dynam has become better. We're gonna find out.
Still holding our breath.
We're gonna find out. The ME262, which you already know from the thumbnail and from looking at the side of the box. This is one of the Dynams we did that actually was pretty cool and one of our favorites. And so it's good that we're starting with this one. We're gonna see how it goes. We might do a couple of them. We'll see if they've changed their ways, as in not make me want to quit the RC habit addiction.
It does say that it's a high quality RC product.
Dynam said that? Wow. Well, it's probably true then. I hate opening this box though. Normally I would, okay, hold on. We're just gonna be smarter than the box today. Okay. We're gonna cut both the top and the bottom. Now, for those of you who have ever seen a Brian Phillips RC video, you'll understand they're long and tedious.
And that's on a good day.
And that's when it's not a Dynam. So part of our problem with Dynams is that they have a million steps, and sometimes they can be a real pain in the neck. And other times, we had a couple that went together all right. All right.
All right.
So that's our biggest concern right now, guys, just so you know. So as you can see, this is a Dynam ME262. I believe this one is just a plug and fly. You can technically get them ready to fly. I don't know that they're even gonna be offered at the website that we're working with. Oh, thank God we're not using that. We're gonna be using an AR6 636 or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what we're gonna use.
Probably.
Oh, this is for outdoor flight. Show them, give it a stream.
Where does it
show them the outdoor.
Where? Oh, yes.
Right there. If you were wondering, this is not for flying in your living room.
If you have that of an indoor space,
if you have an indoor
we would
space
like to come visit you.
we will, that would be an awesome video actually. Okay, so it's made of EPO. It uses a LiPo battery. Goodness gracious.
It's not a toy.
Would you get that side, please? I'm evidently not doing a very good job of unboxing this today.
Mine's going, it's just.
But what we do is we unbox and we build them and we do the radio setup here, because really at the end of the day, we want to teach you guys exactly what it takes to do this process, okay? So processing, okay. Going through the process of a build can be difficult for people that are brand new to the hobby. And so what we do is we go through the entire process so you guys can follow along.
There's only 10 steps. How hard can it be?
They're totally arbitrary.
Yeah.
This is one thing I really like about Dynam though, is they do actually include an electronic speed control layout.
Outside,
okay, so
it's not gonna help us.
yeah, it will, because it's both, isn't it? Holy.
No.
Yeah, it is. No, it's not.
No,
it's all
not. That side's
Chinese.
all Chinese. Here. It's got the same chart.
Oh, it does. Okay. The chart looks different. That's why I thought. So if you're brand new to the hobby, or if you're just returning to the hobby and you're like, hey, I'm not sure I can handle this, don't worry. Just because this one might be a little bit challenging doesn't mean that yours experience will always be the same with a bind and fly or a plug and fly type plane, which is predominantly what we do here. Okay. We don't do a lot of ARFs. And so for that reason, we just want you guys to understand this is kind of a circle back for us. Okay.
And everybody has a place, and some people really, really like to build.
Some people love it.
And Dynam does offer some stuff that you can't get other places.
Yeah, and that's true. And that was one of the biggest things we liked about Dynam when we were doing Dynam, is that they had like the B-20, was it the B-26?
Yep.
Yeah, which is a cool plane, and it's very unique. But you know, we had enough quality issues and concerns that we just kind of got away from it. So we have to pause and grab something real quick. All right, so real quick, we had an envelope in here, and it's FPV Builds, put their sticker in here. So we partnered up with FPV Builds on this Dynam product. So we just wanted to mention that to you guys. When you follow the links, on the other end of those links, Sometimes they're bigger companies, sometimes they're smaller companies. In this case, a pretty small company. And so we just want to remind you that within the arena of RC, there are actually humans on the other end of the equation. And I have a sneeze coming. And so when you support us by following these links, it's not just about supporting Brian Phillips RC, it's about supporting people that really go all in on RC, okay? So FPV Builds is one of those partners, strategic partners if you wanna call them, affiliates if you wanna call them. Obviously, we help them sell stuff because we bring it before an audience of people that love RC, just like us. And so we're a valuable commodity to them, and hopefully it becomes a positive relationship. Anyway, that's the way that works. Not exactly rocket science, and we don't mean to be deceptive in any way with the way that we partner with these companies. And we did the cabin for them as well. The cabin, what did we, the Pilatus 6?
The Pilatus
PC6,
PC6 red.
So just to be totally transparent, we're working with FPV Builds on this one. And so if you follow the links, you'll be supporting us along with FPV Builds, okay? So that doesn't mean that we're not gonna beat up Dynam.
Nope.
It's just, hear us when we say what we say, because the truth is we love this hobby, we love this addiction. It is definitely not without effort, it's not without cost, time-wise, it's not without skill, it's not without all those things. And looks like we have some China glue, China glue.
Good.
That's awesome, so we don't have to open that. We used to always get that from our Dynam builds.
Yeah, that's where those all tubes originally came from.
Yeah, that's where we started getting our China glue. That was before we got it from FMS. Now we just get it from FMS all the time when we're doing builds, because that seems to be the most consistently China-esque.
And they usually have it available, but if you get it in your bottle.
Okay, so as you can see, China glue and screws.
It's not very many screws.
That is a kind of a unique connector. I'm just looking at that. It looks like I was looking to see if it's a cold solder joint, but it's not. Okay, so one of my gripes about this style of connector, and this is not against Dynam, it is E-Flight connectors, EC5, okay? Yeah, that is an EC5. Yeah, EC5. The way that is soldered, I don't like that. What are you showing?
I was focusing. It just wasn't focusing.
Okay. So when you build these, it's very difficult to not have that little tiny exposed area. Okay. I did not build this. This just comes out of the package this way. And that's split because, of course, you have to go out to both wings because there's two EDF modules, and therefore you're going to have two ESCs to drive their respective motors. Okay. And of course, we'll get into all that in some level of detail at some point. And you also notice I unboxed this maybe a little bit different than what you've seen in the past. That is because Dynam packaging is a little bit different. If you haven't seen our previous or older unboxes, this one is going to be a little bit different than, you know, your run-of-the-mill Horizon products and, you know, FMS products. Okay, that's because it's a Dynam product. Now, one of the other things too that we've been told is that FPV Builds is going through and making sure packaging is appropriate and correct and not screwed up from the factory, and so that's daunting. So there is definitely some value being added there, and so we appreciate that because that was one of the areas where people really struggled, had trouble with on this product line. So hopefully that's been alleviated, and we're excited to be able to report good news when good news happens. Okay, so that is that's actually the tail section, if I remember right. Oh no, that's the wing. That's right, because this is the outer portion of the wing, if I remember right. Oh. Yeah, because there's two boxes like this, one here and one there. It's not just packaging. I thought it was just packaging. But you got to remember, and that's a different color.
That's what I was thinking too when you opened it.
This is a different color. It was white. It was like white. So this is different. Okay, so that's the other thing you're going to notice is the packaging style is definitely different on this type of plane from Dynam. They do things quite a bit different than everybody else. Sometimes it's kind of like beat your head against the wall different, and other times it's like, oh, that's kind of smart. So as you can see, it's bagged. All these different components get bagged, and that's how they tend to protect themselves from each other. Ugh, we're gonna have to use the Formula 506 or whatever glue to put that. For the canopy. And I'm hoping that there is a canopy protective on there because there's scrapes. See the scrapes? Not a huge deal, but Pilot actually looks pretty good. I'm not crazy about the paint job, but I like the shape. Yeah. And it doesn't look like he's got like some weird, like...
Looks like he might be hypnotized, though.
Hypnotized?
Yeah. His eyes are a little
they're
funky.
a little, hold on. Are they funky?
Yeah.
Hold on, I think I know
It's
what's
the white
wrong.
dots in the middle.
Hold on, let's do this. Let's put the black dot in there. Yeah. That made it good. Looks like Kevin Copeland or something before that. That's crazy.
That helped a little bit.
That actually did help a lot.
But he's not too bad.
No, but seriously, look, with the black dot, I feel like the black dot made a big difference. Now it's just a glimmer in his light.
Yeah, there was just way too much white in his eye. That's way better.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the black dot helped. Okay, so Sharpie, we'll link to that. Okay, just kidding, guys. Just an inside joke for all you guys who have seen one other Brian Phillips RC video. We will link to this plane, obviously, in the video description below. That's how you can support Brian Phillips RC. And then, of course, FPB Builds as we go through these process of unboxing, building, and radio setup. We'll hopefully answer all your questions so you know exactly what you're getting into, not only from the product, but also from the build process itself. Okay. And the unbox does take longer on these because there are typically more pieces. The piece count, carbon fiber. And there feels like there's something else in there, but it's just the way the plastic is wrapped. I'm actually physically having to inspect that. Okay, so wing joiners. There are 2 of them on this plane, and that is just because of the nature of the setup. So I'm just separating the cardboard and the plastic. If you guys are brand new to Brian Phillips RC, you probably don't realize this, but the dungeon is getting an overhaul right now. And so that's part of the reason why there's such a slew of planes up here. Yep. Normally we would have moved some of them to our basement dungeon and storage. And some of you have asked for a dungeon review. We can't do that right now because we're in the process of construction. Yep. Okay, so we're putting in visitor quarters is what we're doing right now. And so we'll give you an update at some point. But right now the visitor quarters are coming, and then our excavator is behind schedule by a couple of weeks on building our building pad for the damn gift shop. Okay. So there is, that looks like one of the horizontal stabilizers.
You know what I'm noticing, and I didn't want to jinx it.
They have ball links.
And they're installed.
And they're ball links.
Yeah.
Look, ball links. Yeah, but you know, to be honest with you, a lot of people complain about the Dynam servos, but like I don't remember having a lot of problems with servos. We had problems with other stuff. Yeah. But it wasn't the servos. So I don't know. Here's the thing. It's kind of like this. It's like, you know, oh, there's more in there. I was
gonna say there's no way that was empty.
I better double check that other one and make sure I didn't miss something. Maybe I did. That was kind of stuck in there, guys. Double check your packaging. Okay.
Maybe to check while you're opening.
Nah, that's okay. There's a lot to cut open. It just takes longer than usual. Okay.
The paint seems
a little bit of ding right there. But you can tell, like, just look at the difference in quality here. I mean, you're gonna see like all these mold release bump things. You just don't see that on a lot of the newer, more modern designs. But I gotta say, I am really happy to not put that on myself.
Absolutely.
And they use like really nice hardware.
It seems
like it's a heavy duty control rod. So it's like this. I don't want to jinx myself, okay?
I know.
So be careful, camera crew.
So I almost didn't say anything. I waited till the second
Don't say
piece.
anything until you know. Yeah, it's
that one's empty. Okay.
Okay, so I'm just hoping we have all of them.
So there's got to be another.
Yeah, where the heck is the other one?
Somewhere. Okay.
Oh boy, that would be a bummer. Oh, that might be the vertical stabilizer. That's probably the vertical stab and rudder.
We didn't put the box up on our.
I know, because it's so huge.
Okay.
It's so huge. That's a vertical stab issue. Okay. That's a vertical stab. That's what it is. This wing is fully intact right here. It's like, well, it's just backward. See?
Okay.
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 Right here. So we're getting there. We're getting there, guys. It's not as painful as I thought it was going to be so far. Getting ready to be disappointed. Mentally prepared.
I know.
I'm an Iowa football fan. Iowa Hawkeyes football fan. I was not disappointed this weekend. You guys are seeing this 1 week behind. So if you see it and we were disappointed, well, it's because you saw the wrong week.
Don't think about next week.
Don't think about next week.
Be happy about yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What, is it going to be bad next week?
It's Wisconsin next week.
Oh, good God. Yeah. It's going to be a slaughterhouse. It's all right. If you're a Wisconsin fan. Hey, Joel.
Yeah.
I doubt he's watching, but that's okay. Joel's the one who flew into our backyard.
Yes.
Amazing.
Okay.
Okay, so everything seems fine. This, by the way, it's hilarious because this is a big, robust airplane. This thing weighs like nothing. Hold this. Because there's nothing in it. There's no electronics, there's no nothing. There's like one retract on the nose gear. Let's just touch. It's almost squishy. And this is one of those areas where Dynam doesn't shine, is fit and finish. And I can say right now, this actually like looks a lot better. I don't know, I'm just afraid to jinx it.
I know.
I don't want to jinx it, but I do want to glue my guy in. Oh, here's one fit and finish issue we had before, this hatch release. Hatch release, kind of sharp edge. Does this pop? It's like really sharp. And there's like a reinforced plastic thing where it goes, oh, that's good. But I can't get the dang thing to pull out. Oh, there it goes. Oh, it's got magnets too.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well that's good. Nice wood tray, that's to be expected. Wires look fine. I mean, nothing fancy. They're definitely not managed at all.
Right.
But that's really not a big deal. I'm not totally gonna throw. There's nothing under that tape, which makes me nervous because it was right here, which tells me that one of these servos was supposed to go back here. One of the servo wires.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Steerable nose gear, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, either way, that sucks if, oh, that says R for rudder probably. I bet that was just supposed to be taped right here. And that's okay, I'm just retaping it.
Okay.
You guys see what I just did? I just retaped it there. Full disclosure. Now, formula. We might need to do the formula. You can use the China glue that comes with this to glue on your canopy. I want to get this glued now so it's sitting up, so it's setting up.
We only have like one more thing to unbox, unbag.
Okay. Good point. These are the wings.
Squirrel.
We're gonna unbox them, and part of our process, if you guys see me like manipulating and handling packaging a certain way, when you have the volume of airplanes that we have, you have to be a little bit strategic about the way you manage packaging, because otherwise we like literally couldn't fit it in our house.
Yeah.
And so one of the things we do is we like to make poor man's asphalt from foam.
We're supposed to admit that.
We're supposed to admit that? The poor man's asphalt?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if we can on camera legally.
We don't do that.
We
ever.
don't. We definitely do not melt.
We recycle our foam.
recycle our foam into asphalt. Asphalt.
Don't.
You have to say it all weird like that, like you're from some other language.
Oh.
Look what's on there.
I know.
I am so happy about that. And then the LEDs and everything, like,
Does
wow.
the other one have LEDs?
I don't know. I just don't want it to be a fluke, okay? Because if Dynam has not changed their ways in total, then I'm not gonna sit here and sing their praise until I see it come together, okay? Also, the nacelles are very much different looking. These nacelles look round. What the heck?
That's what I
Are
was
they?
just-
They weren't flat on the bottom. The other ones were flat on the bottom, were they not? I don't remember them looking like that.
I don't either.
I thought they were like flat.
Flattened.
They have a nice fan in there though. Look at that fan. That's a big upgrade if I
That's
remember
pretty.
right. And by the way, I gotta say the fit and finish on this is way better than what we expect. Now, this is still not gonna be, because look at all the release bumps.
Right.
The bottom is like peppered in them. But they evidently have upgraded some of their stuff. They've stepped up their game on a lot of this. And
Definitely.
I gotta say, it is actually not terrible for fit and finish. It's got a little bit of flex to it still, but it's not like crazy. Okay, all right. Still haven't completely been disappointed yet. By the way, what do we have? This is the SR9 CORO? Coro? Oh, Skylord. That's what it is.
BEC, 5 amps at 5 volts.
5 amps at 5 volts for a BEC. That's pretty decent. The
then
problem
there's
is you can only
two of
use the
them, right?
BEC on one of them, so I don't know if they have a UBAC that's going to be running the receiver. So if you guys don't know how this works, if you're brand new to RC, admittedly, this plane actually flew pretty good if I remember right. It's been a while, admittedly, but I would not recommend it as a beginner plane, but it would definitely be, it's not as bad as you might think though, hon. This was a pretty easy flying plane.
But it's big, and the problem is the assembly. Like, this is just complicated if you are new to the hobby.
Yeah, get something easier.
You're gonna frustrate yourself.
There's lots of good choices.
Yeah.
You don't have to necessarily start with something that's a twin EDF. And by the way, EDFs, generally speaking, are gonna tend to be a little bit harder planes to fly just because there's more to worry about. And it takes time to spool up to get thrust that's gonna make you fly. but again, I'm not trying to overstate what's not really there. Sometimes these things are really not too bad. This one, I don't remember this one being a problem.
Okay.
And like I said, this was one of the nicer. Jeez, that is, I'm actually surprised. It feels lighter too. I could have sworn this thing had more like a flat in the cell.
I sure thought it did. I'm not thinking of something else, are we?
And that's part of our problem right now, is a lot of our inventory is off in storage right now.
Yeah.
Because of our construction. So also, let's see, are we squishy? They are kind of squishy.
They're not like
They're
diamond
not
coated.
They're not, yeah, they're not like diamond sharpened tips like what we have on the FMS planes lately.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a good thing. Okay, so keeping everything separated for our definitely not
Recycling
performance
project.
asphalt.
Yes.
You can see it's all unboxed, and this is a pretty big room, okay?
Yeah.
This is one of the things that we've noticed about Dynam planes is that you have to set up a small warehouse to actually unbox them, okay? Now, again, we're trying to keep this so we can have this in the backdrop like this, so you guys can see our beautiful plane in the background. But at the end of the day, it did take up a lot of room. So
okay, but
that's something to consider.
Piece count for a Dynam is...
I don't know. We've both been kind of dreading the piece count,
Yeah.
to be honest.
I mean, I'm just thinking, like, last time we opened up a Dancing Wings, we, like, had our own hardware
Those are
factory in
ours,
here.
That's like
I
not
know.
even really even
But, like,
comparable.
I mean, there's glue, but there's, like, 6 screws in there, 8 screws.
Yeah, I know. This one might not be too bad. I'm like really excited to do this. And by the way, special thanks to FPV Build for trusting Brian Phillips RC to help you evaluate your stuff. I mean, he told us he wants us to be extra forthright about these things, and we are generally forthright anyway. That's one of our conditions of working with companies. And so if they're not willing, then pretty much we just don't do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start this thing because that's one thing that's kind of nice about Dynams when you do reviews on the level that we've done for so many years. Like, you kind of know how to put this stuff together. It would be nice to have just like a step-by-step that's not in black and white and 400 years old, because it is sometimes a little bit lacking. Okay, we're gonna start with the canopy because I want to be able to do this quick. Okay. So canopy detail goes here, or does it go down here? Yeah, let's put it down there because that's where it would actually be. You wouldn't put it up on the face of that. Okay, so that goes right there. Very nice. And then this guy is gonna go in here, but he's a little bit wider than the opening. So we can either put him back further or we can put him right here. What do you wanna do?
Is he pressure fit?
Oh wait, is he even gonna fit with the canopy on? You have to put him down low, right?
I'm just looking to see if I see anything in the picture.
I'm just gonna see how he goes with pressure.
He looks kind of a...
He's a little low now.
Yeah,
let's just see how it goes.
He looks like he's up higher in the picture.
So he's not supposed to be twisted in, and I'm just gonna point out the fact that that ripped up my foam doing that, okay? So that's a little annoying. But it was, again, my choice. Are we gonna open China glue just to show the people?
Yeah.
And if this ends up being the same China glue, we'll go ahead and rotate through our FMS China glue, okay? So no big deal. If you need China glue, that's one of the options that we recommend. Also, foam to foam works similarly. I feel like the true China glue, whether it's from FMS or other counterparts, it doesn't really matter. This stuff is also really good. You get a little bit more in the tube, it's a little bit more expensive. You get a little less in the tube, but it's a little cheaper. And so they end up being similar price.
Yeah.
This stuff doesn't tack up quite as quick as this. This gets more tacky. It's also a little bit messier, but they both work well. I would lean China glue side, but for the sake of this video, we're gonna go ahead and use the China glue that came with it at the onset so that we can just prove that it works. Now, Formula 405 or 506, Formula 506 is a glue that's designed, it's a compound, because we're not gonna be flying this, it's dark right now, tonight. Yes. We might go ahead and use that on this, but gosh, those scrapes are driving me nuts. It's almost like, is there a protective film? I doubt there is. That'd be awesome if there was, because then,
I doubt it though.
But you see those two little scrapes? Mm-hmm. I just don't know how to get that off of there. I can't tell if it's on the inside. It is on the inside.
Is it paint or is it like
Hold
a
on.
dent
Do
in
we
the
have an
plastic?
eraser? Let's see
Any
if we have an
eraser?
eraser. Do we
Yeah,
have
there
an
should
eraser?
be one up here in the front.
Right here's an eraser. Ooh. No, we need this eraser. No. We'll find it. Here it is. We have an eraser. Okay. Let's see if the eraser takes it off. I don't know if that's going to take it off on. I just don't want to trap it in there. If I glue it in there, then it's stuck, you know, forever.
Yeah, I think it's probably
You think it's just marred?
stuck forever. I think
I can't.
so.
I feels like it's a little better. Let me try this again. I'm just gonna. Of course, the surface is gonna make it hard to see. So let's put it on something dark so the folks at home can follow along. This is a special eraser that we use. It's like our favorite eraser because it actually doesn't mar the finish of our walls and stuff. Like when the kids accidentally bump something. I swear that's coming off.
You think so?
It's coming off.
Okay.
It's coming off.
Right.
Yeah, it's just, I'm just concerned I'm making these micro scratches on here, so I gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna just try to do it, the last little bit. It is coming off though, hon. It's coming off.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Sweet, I'm glad I investigated my thoughts. And if you're doing FPV builds.com, then just remember, you're gonna want something clearer than this, I promise you. You are not gonna be seeing through that worth of crap. That's gonna look like garbage.
Is it?
Yes.
I can see you.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Hopefully
I don't do
FPV
FPV.
Builds agrees with me, but that's the truth, okay? Don't forget your Q-tips. This is good for cleaning ears, but also better for spreading glue.
Actually, I think I recommend that you don't use them for cleaning your ears.
Whatever. Those people, yeah, the people that want you to have like earwax like hanging out your face. All right, so first thing we got to do is we got to get this thing glued in here. It's going to go something like this, but you see how wide it is? I agree with Camera Crew.
Squish the guy at all?
I would have to cut out
No. Yeah.
a lot of plastic to make it, and then there's nothing to mount it to.
Okay.
And then my next question is, once I spin this in, it's pretty much you're committed. So at that point, you're committed, okay?
Okay.
So China glue. We're just gonna pop this open right now. It's gonna be perfect. I know China glue, I'm an expert in it. Okay, so China glue is gonna get applied here. Okay, so, oh no, is it one of those? Oh, there it goes. Is there, what the heck?
Did you pierce it?
Yeah.
Oh.
What the heck kind of China? Look at that! China's cheating constantly. Look at this. I know. They didn't even fill my China glue tube. Oh man, I was fine with China until now. Tariffs for all the Chinese products, 1,000,000%. That is ridiculous.
That's why they sent
What
you
the heck, Dynam?
3 tubes.
What a stupid thing to have to bring up, but I'm going to bring it up. Guys, this is what happens when you have Brian Phillips review your stuff. You just got to be ready to have China glue tubes that are half full. Look at that. That is ridiculous. Okay.
Hopefully you didn't actually need that for something
Look.
else.
Before, after.
Well, I mean,
One squish.
sometimes it goes quick.
I could put more in there, and there will probably be more. That's the first time I've ever seen that, by the way.
Yeah.
We must have got a fluke. Let's just call it a fluke for now.
Okay.
Okay, watch. Look. You guys are probably thinking, you're excusing FMS, you're excusing whoever it is, you're excusing E-Flight, you're excusing Dynam. No, we're just like, I mean, it's possible that they did have a malfunction on the machinery, but it is the first time I've seen that in recent vintage.
Yeah.
Truth. Also, I just got a little bit of that China glue on the side here on his shoulder, so I'm gonna try to wipe that off.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons I really like China glue is because you can like rub it off of your finger. And if you were to get that on there and you can't get that off, there's a trick of the day, and that is you can either get a little bit of the China glue started and it will peel off, but you see that's eating the paint. So if this doesn't, can you come here, please? Right there, I can't rub that off as easy as I'd like. But I think I got it finally.
Oh, that's better.
If it doesn't come off, then you have to use something like Kicker, which is a CA accelerator. It will set that up quick. Now, the best thing you can do is now set that aside for a few minutes, and it will actually be set up and ready to rock and roll when you're ready to rock and roll, okay? So while that's setting up for just a quick second, we're gonna take a look at what the next component is to install, which is gonna probably be the horizontal stab and the vertical stab. So what we have to do is we have to wire these in. And I hate these stupid twisty ties, so dumb. But they do it to protect the stuff from the other stuff. Okay, so while looking at this, I'm just gonna tell you right now, they're gonna slide in here and they're gonna be on the face of that. Now, I've never been a big fan of marring and changing finish to get the glue and the paints off and stuff like that. But you see what I just did just by rubbing my thumb on there? Mm-hmm. I'm torn. Then you have a wing joiner rod that's gonna go through, okay? Then you have to glue your horizontal stabilizers on. There's 2 of them, obviously, left and a right. If you get 2 lefts or 2 rights, get a hold of the people that sold it to you and they'll help you get it fixed. I've only had that happen once, and it was in an E-Flight product, full disclosure. That was on a TA6 Texan, right? So this has to come out and then follow this channel here down to that spot.
Oh, okay.
And then same on that's very ugly. That's okay. We'll forgive them for that. Let's take our definitely only used 1 squish out of it glue. Okay, and I'm just working it up from the bottom this time. That was crazy. Okay. And by the way, we've used a lot of glue from Dynam over the years.
We have.
And we never had one do that, have
No.
we? Okay, so this is probably just a fluke. Okay, a little bit of glue, a little bit of glue, a little bit of glue, a little bit of glue. You'll notice I'm putting it on this surface and not that, okay? See, it's very stringy, very, very sticky, which is what you want on this type of build and assembly. Okay, so I'm just getting that all the way around the inside and then all the way out to the edge. You want to go all the way to the edge if you can, if you know where you're going to have mating surfaces, because these surfaces are imperfect, folks. Make no mistake about it. If you're expecting perfection, you're in the wrong line, okay? Even a perfectly built foam plane is still going to have some imperfections, and that is one of them right there, okay? So just be careful about that. Be prepared to deal with it. It is part of the ball game, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and squeeze a little bit of glue here as well, not on the rudder, or excuse me, the elevator in this case. I don't know why I'm just like having trouble thinking of words today. There it is. So guys, if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC and you're thinking, hey, you know, like, is this the right plane for me? I just need help building this. Like, I'm new to this habit. I've got a little bit of technical capabilities, or I did this years ago. I just need somebody to help me get back up to speed. You're in the perfect place. Brian Phillips RC is here for you. Okay, we're gonna let that set up for just a minute. And you're like, geez, Brian, you've already got glue setting up in 2 or 3 different places. What if you bump into it with your side of your shirt? Then it will stick to the side of my shirt. Okay, now going in. I'm gonna have to do this quick. So I'm spinning it above the surface and then sticking it down. It's down, okay? That will not come off of there, okay? So then we got to glue this down. Now, the question I have, my concern is if we use the Formula 506 glue, which would be the right glue for this application, do we show that, or do we show using the glue that came with it? I'm torn.
With the black border on this, you're not gonna see the China glue.
The China
I feel like every time we use that Canopy glue, it's like,
no, it works perfectly. It's beautiful.
ours is like 27 years old.
It is not. It's less than 27 years old.
I'm pretty sure you brought it into our marriage.
I did not. No, I bought it. I know I bought it. Okay, so listen. This is why you don't bring your wife to build an airplane.
Hey, you asked, or was that a rhetorical question?
No, I'm just gonna. See, the problem is, look what's gonna happen here is I'm gonna put this glue on here. It's gonna be a lot harder than it looks. And then I'll be like, I wish I would have just done it the way I wanted to do it. And by the way, that is working exactly as I expected. It's gonna eat the paint. Damn it.
It's gonna eat the paint.
It's gonna eat the paint. It's gonna eat the paint, guys. Because as I scrape it along, that's not the best way to do it, okay? So as you can see, super high precision applicator here, also known as the tip of the tube. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to the precision spreader tool. These can be bought at all CVS and Walgreens, as well as Walmart, Amazon, and Brian Phillips RC. Do we have a marketing deal with any of these Q-tip manufacturers yet?
And you only like the Equate ones, that's only from Walmart.
That's true. I do really like the Equate version, not only because they're the cheapest and crappiest ones you can get, but I have tried the more expensive ones and it was miserable. My ears didn't work for years. Okay, so just walking along, as you can see, it's like Nate Saylor. We buy all of our shoes at Walmart.
We usually do.
We do. We're cheap like that too. That's not true. You have multi-million-dollar property. You cannot buy shoes at Walmart. Yes, you can. Oh, you were suggesting that YouTube might not like that? The new Castrati? Yes. Okay, here we go. Continuing along. Whoa, careful. I get a little heavy on that glue there. Guys, this is not a super high skill thing, high technology step, but the truth is if you do this wrong, you'll regret it because it'll look like crap forever. And I am trying to honestly do this and give it a good college shake. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that this is not like halfway done so as to avoid the conflict of having people think, oh, well, it's just Dynam, you didn't even try. Well, nah, I really do. I want all my planes to be good. I want them to be gooder than average. If you have to explain the jokes, are they jokes?
No.
Okay. I hope our audience gets it. Al will get it. Al the RC junkie. Now you have to call out the timestamp when I called your name, Al.
Oh, he will.
He will. And he will watch the entire video. All 17 hours of it. I'm just kidding. It better not be.
Wait a... Let's
Yeah. Just
okay.
you be careful, you jinxer.
Stop talking.
Yes. Don't be. I shouldn't have brought it up either. I repent. Okay, now see, I'm gonna go to the inside and bring it down. See that? I wanted to spread that because there's just too much glue. Okay. All right, now this stuff is gonna set up for less time, okay?
Yeah.
Why less time? Because I don't trust myself to get it on here. So let's go ahead and see, what I wanna do is I wanna squeeze it like this and pop out the side so I can drop it down, and it's probably just not gonna happen. I'm probably just gonna have to put it on there and throw caution to the wind.
So,
Okay.
what was wrong with that?
Just relax, camera crew. You were right.
Somebody timestamp that one too. I'll need that
That
later.
does look good. Love it. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sweet.
Nice.
Why did they not do that at the factory?
I don't know. They should have. Is there a reason? Don't make me do that.
Is there a reason they didn't do that at the factory, camera crew? That's one of the reasons why we veered violently away from Dynams. Because that just, like, there's a lot of questions that happen like that. But I gotta say, they're installed.
Yep.
FMS, just saying.
Is there a reason FMS doesn't do that at the factory?
So, we're sticking this in
I'm
the
moving
hole.
this over.
Hey, would you mind grabbing my black shaft and slide it in the hole?
That's kind of thin. Slide
Well,
it in.
You know, makes me feel better. Okay, look. Watch this. See this? Look at this beautiful fit. That is the best fitting Dynam part I've ever seen in my life. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Do you
I'm
see
looking.
that scene?
I see it.
Are you looking?
I'm looking.
That is the best fitment we've ever had on a Dynam plane, and it's the first piece after the
Canopy
the
fit.
canopy fit. The dude didn't.
Yeah, the dude didn't.
So I mean, we're still doing good. I gotta say that looks dang good. Okay.
Stop.
I'm not gonna get
keep going.
excited. Yes, our thing is we're just not gonna get excited. We're being prepared to gently let ourselves down from this cloud 9 that we're on. Not to be confused with cloud 8 or 7. Okay. All right. So that is gonna be really awkward to keep in there. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take this twisty tie off because I need to use it for my bread. Do we have any bread I
No,
can
you
put this
don't.
on? Good Lord, who cut this? Can I talk to the guy?
They were saving money.
You are wasting money. This could have been a millimeter shorter. Dang it! Okay. I wonder if we should glue those in now while we've got access to it.
That's
Because
what
once
I
I
was
do
wondering.
the other one, it's
It's
gonna
be awkward.
It's gonna be awkward as frick. By the way, I cursed earlier. Sorry for all the virgin ears out there.
You did?
Yeah, I said DAMN when I was talking about the damn gift shop. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't say that about the damn gift shop. I said something else. So any virgin ears, my apologies, virgin ears. See this, guys? Look at that. We try to keep it pretty family oriented around here, like the way that you produce them. Right, camera crew? Is that how we do that? Now that that's stuck in the hole, I'm gonna grab a clean Q-tip because I'm feeling like I need
You
to
do not
clean
have
it up
that
a little.
stuck in the hole very good.
Just listen. I gotta cram it in.
But you got to get it.
I gotta cram it in like that. Watch this. Oh yeah, I ripped the tip off. Oh, oh, oh.
You're pulling it out of the slot.
No, I'm sticking it on the edge of the slot. Gosh, give me a break. Oh no.
That's what I was talking
Dang it. Dang it. See what I'm doing, guys? I'm using the Q-tip to help get cotton stuck in there because that'll be a good look. Okay, that'll be buried in there, so I'm okay with that.
That's fine. That's way better.
Do you guys see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Huge. The brown looks better. The brown will disappear better. Okay, just got to pick up all my...
That is not a very long lead. Where is that going to? That
It's going to a Y cable.
Okay.
Look at this. Look at these.
I was going to say those for Christmas bows. Can you put those in a little baggie for me?
Keep them forever? Yeah. Wow, I just got really excited all of a sudden. It's like on a guttural level. Folks, if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC, the camera crew is my wife. Oh, we have the gun things. You remember the gun things we put on?
Oh, yeah.
There's no
where are
guns.
those?
I guess they abandoned the guns. They were like, no guns, no super you. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know
Or was
why.
that the B-26 that had those guns? I don't remember.
That's actually a good question. Now that you say that, maybe I was mistaken in my thinking. It happens once every couple of... You know, it's kind of like when Halley's Comet comes around. It's once every 27 years or however long it is. I'm just going to squeeze this stuff out. You'll notice it's... You guys should see my toothpaste tube if you think I'm trying to save money here. Because that's 3 squeezes.
That's like a whole week's worth of toothpaste.
Well, this is not toothpaste, full disclosure. And these statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. I promise.
And if they have been... No.
The FDA, yeah, who cares anyway?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so listen, we're going for full. We're going for full. Okay. All right. I was going to say blow on them, but then I didn't want to confuse people. You know, like dice in a game.
We got it.
I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
We're on the same page.
We're confusing anybody. Oh, man. Oh, there's lots of confused people right now. Oh, my goodness. I'm the most confused of all of them. What the heck is going on? Did you package air in this glue stick? Look how much I squeezed. There's not even a little bit. Look at... Oh, my goodness. It finally came out. Look at that. One drip. Oh, Dynam. There are no words to describe my embarrassment from your glue filler. What you need to do is figure out who he's selling your glue to on the side.
Yeah.
And then fire him. Be like, you sold my glue to a competitor? You're in big trouble. Okay, see that? Oh, yes. It's a wonder Motion doesn't want to work with us. It's a wonder. With all, I mean, this ultra professionalism. It's obvious. They probably just don't want to see their planes sitting in our kitchen for multiple hours. Look at that, beautiful. So you're like,
while we show people how to build them.
No, then exactly. But then people might see all the problems we run into. Like it's a Dynam. Well. Just kidding. The Dynam jokes have to stop, Brian. You're trying to get people to buy these things. Stop it.
I'm telling you, there's a time and a place for a Dynam.
Listen, if you guys are okay with doing a little bit of a hard fought, I don't want to call it sweat equity. I want to call it like blood equity. It's like more painful.
This has
not been bad at all. No. You don't have to glue most like wings on planes anymore. And admittedly, I got to say, it's not that big a deal to glue a wing on a plane. But I got to say, there is a learning curve. And even though it's like they say at Mythbusters, you know, we're professionals or something like that. I don't know, whatever they said. So when you see us do it, if we make it look easy, we have done it like hundreds of times.
Yeah.
But this is not hard.
No.
We'll let you know when it's hard.
And I mean, we haven't put in any screws yet either. So that's my next area of concern.
That was my foot.
They didn't hear that on the mic. But now they'll all have to go back and rewind.
Turn up the volume.
Most rewatched section.
Did you hear me scream? Oh, that was awesome. People are going to turn up the volume to hear the noise. And then they're going to, it's like, dang it, Brian, you blew my speakers. It's just replacing speakers. Now the toilet wine's finally done. I got to save up for new speakers.
This is not even toilet wine length yet.
I know. I'm letting that set up. Okay. So let's just talk for a second. What is the next step after we do this? We have to put the wing on, okay?
Step 1 is insert the ESC output wires into the wing. Step one.
So step one, I don't really understand why you would do that on step one. You know, whoever writes this Chinese manual, when you find out who's siphoning off your glue and selling it to the competitor, fire that guy, and then fire the guy who wrote your manuals.
Yeah.
And then what we can do is just send it over, and Brian and Megan will make a manual called the Brian Phillips RC Unbox Build Radio Setup. I have a drinking problem.
The slurping that everyone loves.
That's good. That's just water. I promise. It is. I can't smell if it's not. Okay, so you guys see this? Mm-hmm. That could set up a little bit longer, but I just want you guys to see what happens when these things are tacked up properly. That wire can be pushed in after it's glued, okay? So you don't have to like really worry about the wire. I'm trying to give these people good lighting as we do this. Look at that. That black rod is just penetrating very nicely. That glue on the rod is not helping this process. It's making it quite difficult. Oh, good Lord. Oh, I was so excited about the fitment, and then that happened. Oh, good Lord. There it is. There it is. You see what I'm talking about? You do have to kind of line it up.
Okay.
So all joking aside, folks, you have to line that up, okay? That's why I was like having such a hissy fit earlier about how great that lined up.
But it did.
I know, but the black rod, I had to be forced in because I must have let the glue. So you got to be careful that your glue doesn't set up on the other side and you've got this rod sticking out an extra ½ inch. Because when you're pressing it, you might actually force it out here.
That would be
out
sad.
Here. Are you suggesting that it would be sad if you ruined your Dynam plane?
Well, yeah, probably.
Be sad for the guy that's got the Dynam plane on his counter in his kitchen. Goodness gracious. Back to motion. Big jerk head. Did I say that out loud? Look.
Are you putting glue on that or not yet?
What is going on with this wire, Dynam? What the heck happened there? Fix that crap.
Well, it's because it's the reverse servo, isn't it? So it comes out at a
so
weird...
so they actually quite literally took it apart. By the way, guys, if you didn't know how to reverse a servo, you don't just switch wires that go in from the servo lead. You have to take out the trim pot. There's 3 wires. And then there's 2 wires that go to the motor, okay? You have to switch 2 of the 3 wires. It doesn't matter which one. These 2 can switch, these 2 can switch, or these 2 can switch. And then your motor, switch that also. And then you're done. You literally take apart the servo and do that. Or you can use a servo signal reverser, which we have links to that in the supplies, right?
Okay, but they just build them reverse, right?
Listen. I'm trying to explain to people that are buying a Dynam how to do this.
Okay.
Okay.
I've watched you do it.
Listen, people, if you are buying a Dynam, I understand that you're the type that's going to be a little bit more okay with doing a build or some sort of okay, so you see what I just did there? Mm-hmm. I just got a little bit of that stuff on the length of this. I'm spreading it out because we barely need any, okay? Now I'm on both sides of the wire and I'm just literally spreading it. That will dry as a film in like seconds. And it'll tack up to where it's enough to hold it in place.
Right.
Once it's held in place and it sets up totally, it's like really, really strong. And by the way, if you didn't know that, the China glue is what they use to hold the halves of the fuses together, okay? Unless it's cabin. And you use some other weird thing that doesn't quite always work. Okay, so, and they're fixing that too, I think. Okay, so going in. See that? Mm-hmm. And I still want to know what E-Flight uses on those like weird rubbery silicone thing that they use that actually does work on like the receivers. I want to know what that product actually is.
Silicone glue?
Yeah, that's like thick and very light, but it holds, I'm just thick and white sticky stuff. Ugh. Okay, I'm just going to push that down, hold that there. Okay, good. And get the little stringies off. That is a pretty nice looking assembly. You know, all things considered, that was pretty simple. Mm-hmm. Okay, now we just got to put this on the plane. Okay. Now, you might want to take a servo signal reverser, or no, an XBC battery checker or something like this, and you can check the centeredness of your servos if there's any concern about wiring. You could do that before you feed all this through, which we're going to do.
Okay.
You didn't have to move for that. I was just pointing.
Oh. So we are going to check them?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to check them. We're going to check them. So I'm gonna use this 3S1300. If you guys ever wanna buy one of these things, support Brian Phillips RC. We've got one on the supplies link, along with, are the chargers there and stuff? Oh, I'm hitting a button. So, when you first plug it in, I just click, go into the servo test. Sorry, I meant to show you all the steps, but I accidentally clicked the correct button with my hand. Okay, so let it load, click. This one's not even charged, it's in storage voltage. Servo test, and it's whichever, I usually go to this one. That's what I need to do. Okay, then over here you've got, whatever that is, minus, plus, and S. And by the way, note to self, Spectrum, if you're gonna make all black cabinets, for God's sake, silk screen the things with white so we can see them with the naked eye. We're not always in good lighting. I mean, we're filming in our kitchen, for God's sake. We've got 14 lights on, and I still can't see the dang thing.
Some of you are old.
Yeah, when you do a relief stamp in plastic, silk screen it so we can read it.
It's hard.
Okay, it's very frustrating. This is a high quality device.
Our kids struggle to see that.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay, so now, double click. You can do a sweep. Beautiful. Huge. Good amount of throw. Nothing crazy to write home about. Okay, so then click to the extremities and center. So it's centered. Then, while it's centered, the negative is toward the top here. And you could just memorize that, I guess, I suppose. So 2 elevators, sweep. Okay, click to the center. Then, same thing here, center, and that's pretty darn centered, good. Sweep, and click to the center. Now, be a smart feller, not a fart smeller, okay? Take your Y cable that was provided with the plane, stick this sucker into the output, and put them both on. Why are you doing both of them, you might say? Oh, geez. That's not gonna, it doesn't wanna go in. There it goes. I had to wiggle the tip to get it to stick in nicely. So here we go. Oh, good Lord. You see what I'm doing? I ran into the tip inside the case, and they were, instead of being like perfectly square, they were like down just a hair, so I had to wiggle up and down until they purchased. Okay? I'm looking at throws to see if they're even up, even down, and they definitely overdrive. So now double click so I can see a sweep. Metal Gear Servos. Holy cow, the Metal Gear Servos. What the heck? Are these plastic gear on the rudder, metal gear on the elevator?
Okay.
What did that cost, an extra $1?
Probably not. Probably less.
Why are you using plastic gear servos on the rudder? Come on, man. Come on, man.
If you're doing metal anywhere else, like why would you not?
Well, here's the dirty little secret that people don't want to talk about. The truth is, sometimes Metal Gear servos, it doesn't make a difference because it depends on what the output shafts are made of.
Right.
And sometimes we've seen plastic within the structure of the Metal Gear stack. So it's like, oh, so dumb.
Yeah.
So when I say the stack, I mean the stack of gear sets that go. Don't be doing that on camera there. When the stacks are like this, if you have one at the very bottom that's plastic, it's gonna strip first anyway. So that's not all Metal Gear servos are created equal,
right.
Okay? So just remember that and keep in mind this is a pretty nice looking assembly for a Dynam plane. I gotta say, impressed so far. All right, so now in order to assemble this onto the body of the plane, this has this nice triangular shape to it, so I can actually lay this flat on a surface like what we're on now, which is the counter, okay? And so I'm gonna just go ahead and do it here. Okay. You can also use a plane stand. We link to plane stands. Again, some of these supplies that we use, there's nothing like particularly special about the supplies we pick. But a lot of you guys are like, well, I want to use what you use because you had good success, or maybe you watch what we did and we didn't have good success. But either way, you know, we'll have links to it. Also, I want to take this moment to talk about AS3X Plus because it's a totally terrible time to talk about radio setup because we're a long ways from it. AS3X Plus has a new feature called nose wheel. It's not called nose wheel stabilization, but you can separate your nose wheel and have a nose wheel that has a higher gain stabilizer on it than the rudder. Okay, so your rudder stabilizes, let's say at a rate of 1, and this stabilizes at a rate of like 3 times. So it's also disabled whilst the gear is in the fuse and not deployed, okay? So it's a big deal, and it's a huge additional feature that you can get with the S2X Plus, but you could also separate out and have a rudder with a mix and some various features. You can't have the stabilizer on it. You'd have to do a twin tail and then steel the tail. You could do that before S2X Plus, but you couldn't make more gains on this one versus that one, okay? Because you're just cheating. It thinks it's two rudders, like on an F14 or something like that, where you have a separate servo channel for like the right and the left, or an F18, and you want to do like a weird like braking assembly with it, okay? Or like for takeoff, you'd bring them both in like that. It's pointed towards you, okay? So it acts like an elevator, televon during takeoff. If you've ever seen a carrier launch of an F18, you know what I'm talking about. They use all the surfaces. It's pretty cool. On this plane, they're tied together by a splitter, okay? So they assume that you're gonna use one channel for the rudder and the steerable nose gear. I don't recall having a huge issue with it, but I think it's probably something we'll feature if we have enough channels, okay? So remember, this plane has obviously an elevator and obviously a rudder and obviously an aileron pair, which will not be separated because
we have flaps.
No, we don't. There are no flaps. So.
Wait, these aren't flaps?
Oh, we do have flaps. Hold on a second. I thought there were inboard flaps too. They're outboard flaps? That's weird. Okay, so there are flaps. Evidently there are flaps. I take it back. So there are flaps. Okay, so elevator, rudder, flaps and ailerons, retractable gear, throttle, in no particular order. So we have 6 channels, and that's everything we need, right?
Yes.
Pluggable. That's everything we would need, unless, like we were literally just talking about, we want to separate the rudder from the steerable.
Right.
And then that would also give us an extra pluggable channel if we went to 8 for flaperons, if we wanted to do flaperons, but I'm not doing flaperons on this plane. So I don't know if it justifies splitting out the nose gear, because I don't recall having a huge issue with ours before. Whereas with the Avanti 90, we just did a steerable nose gear. And of course that thing is very fast and very, well, it's actually not too bad. It's perfect with the S2X Plus on the ground because we separated out the nose gear. But I'm just not 100% sure that we need that on this. I'm trying to decide. I'm thinking about it verbally so you guys can hear what my process is. And by the way, if you guys hear me waffle on camera, the reason I waffle out loud is because I want you to understand the thinking process that I go through so you can learn the process yourself and apply it to your own project, whether it's a Dynam Messerschmitt 262 or it's some other product that's a similar build style, okay? Because we understand there's a lot of models. We don't do 100% of them. We do as many as we can get our hands on, and we get our hands on a lot of them. But at the end of the day, if you want to watch an RC video from Brian Phillips RC and then compare it to something that you're building similar, you might be able to take away a lot of value from it, even if it's not the exact same model, okay? In this case, I'm torn. Do we need the additional channel? Do we want to give up an 8-channel receiver for this? Would the average Joe use an 8-channel receiver for this?
There's a big jump between a 631 and an 8360.
But not, yeah, that's true, because you're talking about 130 bucks compared to 115 bucks. It's not a huge difference. It's $15. From an AR637T to to an
8360T.
Thank you, 8360T. That's where that's not a big jump. But from a 630 or 631,
yes,
that's where your bigger jump is. So you have to kind of defer to your best judgment. Obviously, we're not going to try to put you guys in a box and say you have to do it our way. It's no good. You're still going to have the benefits of AS3X Plus on the main primary control surfaces, but I just don't know if it's worth the extra separated nose gear on this one. We're already going to be having huge improvements on this one compared to what we had previously, given that we're not using the Dynam receiver.
Right. Yes.
So, I mean,
my vote is with a 630 or a 631 probably. But
so 631?
Yeah.
Okay, so 631. The other thing too, the other added big benefit that you get with 637T versus the 8360T, which would be like in the same family, is you would add the battery telemetry.
Right.
which is kind of a big deal. Now, that also means that you have to tap your wires, and it's just like another kind of pain in the butt. However, it'd be pretty easy on this plane, you know, like it is on most planes, not too bad. You just kind of stab them into the wires. So just something to consider as you're building what type of receiver you're gonna use. The reason I was thinking on that right now is because I'm thinking about passing these wires through, and it kind of reminded me I'm eventually gonna have to do that. And if I need to separate them, I was just trying to make sure I didn't need to separate them at this stage, which I don't think I will. Okay, so real quick, Y cables. Brown to brown. This is where you wanna make sure you're correct. Brown to brown, and then brown to brown. Now, I already did this test with the servo signal tester, or not servo signal, but the XPC checker. And I'm just trying to think, maybe I should just do a little dab of glue just to make it, it's a little bit harder to pull apart. Sometimes we glue these with hot glue, sometimes we tape them, but we usually don't glue them with China glue. I'm thinking let's try China glue for this one, and it'll just create a little bit additional resistance. Again, you don't need a ton of glue. That was like more than I probably needed, but it was kind of what it took to get it out of there, okay? And then I'm just gonna go right here. Just take it on the flat opposite the connector that has the component on it, because you don't want to get it into the plug, of course. And then this rudder, I don't want to spread it on there, so I'm going to take my Q-tip and back pull some of this off of here, so there's not like tons and tons and tons on there, because I got a little bit more than I meant to. Okay, so you guys see what I'm doing here? Just kind of back pulling a little teeny bit of that. Okay, remember, you don't have to do it this way. This is just kind of an idea that I came up with that'd be easy to implement. And again, this is what comes with the plane, so I don't feel like I'm misguiding anybody. And then that will spread into there. Now, I'm not letting it cook off, but that would be the best way to do it, is if you were to stick that in there and then peel it out and then let it cook off. And that would be a like really strong connection. Okay, not electrical connection, physical plastic case-to-case connection. Okay. All right, so now dry fitting. Not absolutely necessary, but might be helpful. I just want to see how far this lead goes, because I'm going to just dry fit this first. This is one of the areas where we had a big problem with Dynams on a number of times. These holes line up and go to these. These are the plastic receivers that spread out the load of the screws that go in and suck everything tight. See that? Mm-hmm. These are supposed to mate up. Some of the jigging on a few of the models we did in the past were terrible.
Yeah. We
had big problems with them. So you see what I'm saying here? I want all this stuff together so that if we have issues with the jigging, that we won't, it won't be any harder than it absolutely has to be, okay? I'm gonna put a little bit of glue on there just so I can take these two wires and just stick them together. And that'll further strengthen our connection of the plastic parts, okay? And this elevator marking is not really necessary for us in this given application. It's gonna be hidden now. So if you were concerned you might forget, you could take that off and stick it up here. And then also this here, we'll just chase down. I'm debating about whether or not I wanna take and use an extension cord like one of these to actually come from inside there.
Just to get that rudder up.
Yeah, or do I wanna take this says rudder, okay? And just unplug this. Yeah, that's what I'll do, okay? So then I can use that little bit of glue that we had, that little extra glue we had. And I'm just gonna slather that onto the same kind of general spots. And then I'm gonna use brown to brown. It says R now. See that? I'm just gonna go in here, get that plugged in. Okay. And then I've got a long lead that's gonna get us all the way through the cavity, okay? So now this does not necessarily have to get glued because it is held together by screws.
Yeah.
Okay. So the trick of the day for this one is gonna be drop this in, straighten that end, put a little memory on it. Okay, let go, let go. Okay, I'm just gonna try to drop it through. See if I can, oh my gosh, are you freaking kidding me? There's a little triangular opening there. I'm just watching the opening and I can see it dropping down in there. Okay, is it going? Oh, for frick's sake, are you kidding me? I gotta go through two triangles. There's two little triangle cutouts, okay? And this is what I'm trying to figure out. Am I gonna reach? gonna barely reach.
Where do those elevator...
Yeah, where does the
go?
elevator? Because these are all the same length Y cables. So I know for sure that we got that correct. But then this one is elevator. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and peel that off right now. We'll go ahead and get that installed right now too. So if you guys are brand new to Brian Phillips RC, this is kind of the name of the game with a Dynam. There's a little bit more involved thinking. It's not particularly difficult. It's just you have to kind of think through some of these things that, you know, like most of the other manufacturers would like really make it black and white. And it's not like hard. It's actually pretty obvious to anybody who builds planes. And so we don't mean to insult your intelligence if it's not obvious to you. It just means you haven't done as many planes as we have.
I'm just wondering if you need to relabel those ends before we don't know what they are now.
No, I'll still...
Be able to see them?
Oh, okay. That's not a terrible idea. That's not a terrible idea. Because look, E for elevator. You suppose I can stick this down there if I move it?
Maybe.
I can take the one back there off if I want. Let's see if it comes off. If it comes off, we'll be golden. Okay. It's not that if it comes off, if it goes back on.
Yeah, it sticks.
That's not too bad. Look, E.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to stay is the problem. And we obviously have labels back here, and it's a little easier to chase, but let's go ahead and just do the E and the R. Or re.
We, those aren't labeled up there now, so we're going to have to remember.
Did you get all choked up from that awesome joke?
It was
pretty lame.
pretty amazing, hon.
Okay. So there's our, okay. All right, good deal. All right, there it is. I love it. All right, so now show the people the hole.
I showed them the hole. It's pretty small. That's a little tight. That's where it's supposed to go. Do you want me to help you?
No. You want to know why? Because I know what I knew what I was going to try to do, and I've changed my mind. There was a piece of tape back there that was on the fuse that held this together. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to take and I'm just going to hold these two together. And yes, I could just put a rod through there. It'd be a lot easier. In fact, that's probably what we should do. Do we have one of those two rods? Are they, yeah, will that pass through, you suppose? I'm trying to use products that came in the package so that I know for sure you guys can also use the same. So up by the battery. Is that bigger than the hole?
The hole is like at an angle. There you go.
So just cram it through?
There it's going.
Oh, for God's sake. I'm so dang
It's not gonna
close.
go all the way, is it? There it goes.
Okay, so yeah, well, we've got the wing joiner in. Why did we send this guy a plane? He's such an idiot.
Children.
Okay, look at this.
Oh.
Yeah, let's see if we can get it to go. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to go once, right?
Well, yeah.
I knew you were trying to think of something ridiculous to say, but it's okay.
Trying to not say anything ridiculous.
Okay, you see this? It doesn't have to, oh, okay, so we'll just try it. If we fail, we'll just try it again, okay?
Okay.
Because we're just doing it the quick and dirty way. And then once the quick and dirty fails, then we'll adjust. Okay, correct?
Right, sure.
Or it'll work and then we don't have to worry about it.
What are the chances of that?
100%. It's a 100% chance. Oh yeah.
Perfect.
See, again, not like a deal breaker by any means, but like, come on, really?
Kinda awkward.
You made me do that crap?
Yeah, like why did the
Yeah.
hole need to be so small?
Why? Yeah, why? Just make it
And
bigger.
odd shaped.
Yeah, like triangle. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Be careful. Okay.
I am being careful. That's me being careful.
Be careful or...
Be more careful. Use correct English.
Sorry.
All right, here we go. Get in the hole.
You're...
Don't you want to go to your home? Are you too good for your home?
Okay, what are you doing?
I'm pulling back and forth and I'm trying to get the wire through. Sorry, I should think out loud more because I don't do that bad enough as it is. Okay, so now that I'm in, you guys see what I'm doing. I was just trying to get those little connectors through the triangle holes that could have easily been like just a giant round opening.
Yeah.
I didn't design it, I just shown it on the channel. Okay, here we go. Down we go. I am moving back and forth to open up this seam and this seam so that I don't damage the paint as I slide it down, okay?
Okay. I'm still holding my breath.
No jinx. No jinxo. Okay. Time for some jinx time. You ready? Hi, Jinx. Ready?
How many screws are there?
There are 4 big ones and 2 little ones. Okay? So the 4 big ones are clearly going to be used for the wings. How do we know that? Show them.
Because there's 1,
4
2,
screws.
3, 4 screws.
Yep. Okay, so these 2 screws need to go in. Now is when we need a plane stand. Guys, if you don't have a plane stand, get ready to live. Check out this beautiful product from Robart. Wow, it's amazing.
Blanket.
If you use your wife's blanket, just be prepared for death and dismemberment.
Just be prepared that every night when she watches TV and there's a hole
in the blanket from a P-51 that took off. Ooh, we do talk about injuries. I should really bring out the injured blanket.
The blanket injury?
Yeah, blanket injuries notwithstanding. I cleaned my foam because sometimes that sticky tackiness of this, you know those things you put your sunglasses on in your car?
Yeah.
I need to take the next one and just put them on here so it holds the foam better. Oh. But that might actually rip the finish off because those things are ultra sticky. Ultra sticky. What the heck happened here? Oh.
Your guts puked out.
It's done and puke. Okay, here we go. Screw hole 1 and 2. What could possibly go wrong? If you've seen Brian Phillips RC for more than 3 minutes, you'll understand what could possibly go wrong. 4mm screwdriver, Phillips tipeted.
It's a Phillips screw?
It's a Dynam.
Oh, sorry.
5mm. Because we all measure our Phillips English standard.
Screwdriver is gonna fit in that hole.
Listen, I will ram it in if it doesn't fit.
I know, I've seen you do that.
You have?
I have.
Me too. Oh, it's in!
No
Look,
way.
as I turn, watch. Show that. See it sucking in there?
Yeah.
Guys.
No, shh. There's still 5
I have
left.
to wait until this one's good. I can't tell. I don't think it's going yet. I'm not putting any pressure on it though. Because guys, here's the thing. You take that screw and you go in there and you miss the edge, it'll go next to the foam.
Yeah.
Or drill a pilot in the plastic and then you'd be done screwed.
Yeah.
I moved the tail just a little bit to see if I could get it to line.
You still have a little bit of a gap back here.
Just relax.
Okay. I know, I just didn't know if that would help you get it started.
I mean, I usually appreciate you helping me get it started.
Just trying to help.
Here, turn that thing and tell me if it worked. Yes. Turn it. Yes! Freedom!
I'm almost starting to feel bad.
Maybe Dynam was like, they're gonna send this one to Brian. Let's make it extra good.
If yours is really
Brian
terrible,
Phillips RC,
we're really sorry.
those idiots. They think their stinks
we'll
don't
show them.
stink.
Well, you can't smell, so it doesn't matter.
It's like, no, I think my nose doesn't work. Well, my nose works. It's just the brain.
That's true. That answers a lot of questions.
If you guys don't know what we're talking about, I had a bicycle injury in my front yard. And no, I wasn't doing anything crazy. I was driving up and down a stinking driveway that's paved.
Wait, is this really the step we're on?
Listen, stop questioning how awesome this is going. If this is the way Dynam builds went before, we'd probably still be doing
Wouldn't
them.
have stopped doing them.
Oh, wow. I had to ram that hard. Okay.
Wait, do you have to glue that wing together?
Do we have to glue the rod?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like it. Or
Here,
just
hold on. Let's
screwing it, right?
That's
not even the right.
Skylord,
That's
do
not-
we need to edit? Oh, no,
That's not
sorry.
even the right
it's
thing.
Skylord. I was just thinking wrong. Got confused.
Insert the fiberglass tubes into the left and right wings. Oh, it's too late at night for that.
Fiberglass. I'm an expert in fiberglass. It was a perfect phone call with fiberglass. We got all the world's problems worked out. Listen, when you need help with your fiberglass, you call me. Brian Phillips RC here.
That's a lot of... Okay.
What? What are you so worried about? You keep acting like right around the corner there's some huge problem about to happen. What are you thinking? This is a Dynam?
I've been married to you for a long time.
No. Stick it in your hole. I'm trying to think, do I have to actually plug this crap in before I put them together? Remember, this is gonna, like, the fuse will sit on top of this.
that. Right.
Do we need to glue it together? I love this heat shrink.
I don't think so.
Can somebody explain to me how that heat shrink is going to protect?
It protects most of it.
Listen, if you're gonna cover the shaft and leave half of it exposed, what kind of protection is that?
That's, yeah, you're probably asking for trouble.
Son of a biscuit!
Wait, why are you not putting your rods?
Well, you're right. I guess I could technically. There's an exit strategy. I just didn't know if I could stick it together
I
first
think
or
you need
not.
to get the rods started first.
I think that you're probably right, but now that you have said it, I'm going to do it the other way.
Okay.
Because I'm married. A few moments later. Okay, there it is. Yeah, this one here might... I don't usually do this because usually it's not a problem. But in this case, I don't want to be wrong.
Okay.
And have like a big, giant... Excuse me. I'm going to put this on. Tape it. Not to keep them together. This is simply to keep them from catching themselves on fire in a huge, hairy...
Do you want to make sure you don't have to undo and redo your work when I'm right in a second?
Okay. Go balls deep.
All right.
You're welcome. Mostly this one's the one that I'm concerned about. I'm just going to go around it once. Pull it tight. Tight like a tiger. And just go around until it's not. Okay. That worked pretty good. Don't forget to stretch your vinyl tape so that when the adhesive fails, it will have a pressure hold. Okay, so the way you do that is you stick it down and then you stretch, and then you stick it back to itself. Just like that. You guys see how ugly that looks? Beautiful, but it'll be strong. Okay? It's like when people don't know how to weld and they're like, yeah, it's ugly, but it'll hold. And you're like, well, it just broke. Well, okay, we'll redo it real quick. Yeah, it's ugly. Looks like a chicken. Well,
Okay,
can't say
you're really
that.
going to do all of those?
Yeah, there's 4 of them.
I know, but when you have to unplug them because I was right about the wing spars.
Why would I have to unplug them? I got plenty of slack.
Okay.
Plus, I have to be right once in a while. Okay. But anyway, getting back to my awesome analogy of welding. Yeah, it looks like chicken litter. It's usually something different, but I'm trying to make it PG.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what they call it when you have a weld that's like really crappy.
Really?
Yeah. Because it looks like chicken
learn something new.
droppings. Okay, ready? Oh, weird. Oh, so strange.
You're not done yet.
Listen, lady. Look at this. Watch this. Oh, wow. 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 By the way, there is no other way to do this, in case that wasn't clear. And the wires are the only minor disagreement that Camera Crew and I have on this. It's not, I mean, you have to do this.
Well,
it's just
yeah.
the wiring, is the question whether or not you're gonna. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Okay. Are you still concerned about me having done that before?
No, I think you're all right. Shockingly.
Well, can you grab this with a hand, please? Nope, not that.
Make sure I'm not pinching those. I can't see them. I'm trying to film and hold your bundle at the same time.
Listen, just call up the RC Sparks and ask him. All right, right there. You see it? Beautiful. Huge.
You want one of those twisty ties back from the garbage?
I'll die before I use one of those twisty ties.
I'm sure you will. Of all the things you hoard.
No, I was thinking genuinely about doing like a little zip tie or something on there. And I'm torn because, like, honestly, I don't want the zip tie in there, but I do kind of want to hold the wires together because it's just gonna be a pain to handle it. So maybe I'll just do a little tape. I don't normally tape like this.
That's not a very big hole. That stuff all has to get through.
Yeah, and that's why I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Okay. So tape. I'm just trying to keep this as a bundle.
Why did you not use a zip tie?
Because I don't want to waste a zip tie, and a zip tie takes up extra head space. Because the little head of the zip tie, just trust me, I work with zip ties for a living, for goodness sakes. Okay. It just doesn't want to stay up. Maybe if you held it, it would stand up.
Maybe if you put it in upside down, it would work better.
We stick it in a different spot?
No, just a different angle.
Falling over. Okay, well, whatever. Oh, we could put it in like right there, the way it's sitting.
Yeah, that's what I meant, upside down.
Okay, grab the nacelles, push together, push together. Ha! This is a different color.
Yeah,
We must have two offerings.
Ours was like the minty green, the gray green.
Yeah.
I don't know what color that is. Mint green.
Am I gonna hit the wall?
No.
Am I far enough away?
Not even close.
Okay.
Okay. You gotta get all those little things.
Oh, do it. Oh, what about this one? What about that one?
You got that one. You're missing
What about
the
this
other
one?
Okay. Hey, do you want my help or not?
Well, I do. But I'm still gonna be a smart ass.
What was that?
I said I'm still gonna be a smart ass. Oh, let's look at this color match. We got a Dynam move. Color match. Yeah.
But
Why? Is it dirty?
I don't know, because there's like a weird grayish browny spot there too.
Well, it's this color match.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
I mean, like from back here, you can barely notice.
I
You're
don't
not
really
gonna notice
care.
in the
I
air.
don't really care. I'm not saying it's like a big deal. I mean, for God's sake, you can see all the servos aren't color match. Why the heck are the flaps plastic and the ailerons are Metal Gear?
Maybe they ran out.
That's totally possible. Sorry, guys. I try to cover the mic. Screwing, 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 screwing. Receding. Hey, what are you doing? Pay attention here. It's starting to pull in. I want the people to see, okay? So when it starts to pull in, that's usually a good sign, okay? Because the plastic will start to, screwing, 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 screwing. Good Lord, this thing is so long. That was your cue.
Sorry, I was reading the directions.
This thing is so long.
That's what she said.
Okay. Just want to make sure. All right, 2 more. Camera crew.
Yeah. There's still 2 more.
I'm just saying. I mean, let's see what happens. Nope. Yep. Yep. Nope. Yep. It's in. Good Lord.
Are we gonna have to like repent of our
No.
opening commentary?
No, we're not. What opening commentary? We were honest about our past experience, which
That's
was
true.
crap with Dynam. And guys, on Brian Phillips RC, we're totally truthful about our experiences. And that doesn't mean that they're always going to be all inclusive of every plane that's ever been made in the history of time. And it doesn't mean that the manufacturers can't fix stuff.
Right.
There's a big reason why we were really, really, really hard on Dynam. And that's because we said lots of things and there was never once a correction.
Right.
But if they're starting to correct stuff,
Yeah.
I'm all about it.
Yeah.
Because to be honest with you, I like that they come out with odd planes. And the ME262 is probably one of their least odd planes. Well, they have a couple that aren't.
They've got a couple, yeah, but they do have some
And they
different
have a
stuff.
better economy offering for people that maybe don't have $600-700 for a plane like this.
Right.
And it's like not everybody is going to have the same budget for everything. I understand that. That is a huge component of this RC addiction, is how much money you have to spend at a given time. Mm-hmm. That's sort of more flat. By the way, this Robart stand has been really good to us over the years. We've used it for like a million different planes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if you look right here, we have all just this little tiny bundle of joy now that lives right there. And we have the beautiful canopy. All that stuff is glued. It looks good. You can see through it. There's not a bunch of schmutz on there. Mm-hmm. Definitely glad I erased that stuff off of there with the eraser.
I'm glad that came off.
That was definitely a good idea. Okay, see this? Pull this back while lowering it down, and then drop it in. That latch is like secondary. Okay. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. I'm really happy with that.
Yeah.
Now I'm just gonna check my tail feathers. Shine the camera that direction, please. Look at the tail feathers. Here and here. Do they look square still?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just reinforcing by pressing. Guys, it's not terrible.
The plane is tilted just a little, like the plane isn't totally square.
I'm not worried about it being square. I'm worried about this being bent.
Okay.
Do you see the bend?
A little bit, just ever so slightly.
If you ever have one that's really bad, you can take like a heat gun.
That'd be a hair dryer.
Oh, is that what they call it? Heat this up and then you can bend them. But if you use a hot heat gun, you may actually melt it. So you heat it up and you can actually bend it and it'll hold the memory when you let go of the heat. But you have to let it cool with a little bit of over stretch and then it'll relax into position. I don't do that crap. Some people do. That's a pretty nice looking plane. It's big, guys.
It is big.
Look, it's big. Huge. It's definitely bigger than the UMX. It's not bad. Okay.
What? How big is this? Oh, 1.5.
It's 1.5 meter. It's even bigger than that.
Wow.
Amazing. Okay, so now the next move, okay, so admittedly, that went way better than I thought it was gonna go, and we're not done. There's decals that have to be applied, so why don't we go ahead and just look at the pictures and see if we can figure this out. These decals are simple decals. You don't have to put them on. You could do your, you know, Nancy support stickers and stuff if you decided you wanted to do that, but it just depends on how you want to do that.
They're just stickers.
They're just stickers. Yeah, but they're fine. Oh crap,
Yeah,
is that
it's not
supposed to be, oh, is that supposed to be on the length of the wing or is it supposed to, I think it's supposed to be square. I don't care what they say on there. It's a Dynam. They probably got it wrong anyway.
That.
What? What? Are you saying that you don't like the location of that?
I don't like the angle of it.
The angle is supposed to be square to the length of the plane, not to the angle of the wing. Square to the length of the plane. That's what I'm doing. That's what I intended to do. Listen, if there's one thing I have, it's an eye for those details. I'm good at that crap.
That's true. You are good at that crap.
Okay? So square to the length of the parallel.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing. I don't know. I don't even know if that's what they call for, but I'm not doing it their way. I'm doing it my way. And then there's a 9 on the front or a 6. They put a 9. So you want me to do a 9? There's probably some deep significant value to the 9, like, oh, if you don't know this, Brian, you must not like aviation. Okay.
So you're going.
Is it in front of the thing or not?
You're going in this
Megan.
panel.
Oh, in this panel.
Yes.
So that means we'll have to cut it. We'll have to cut it.
It's on the canopy.
Dang it, that's annoying. So if I did a 6, then that would be better. So I'll have to cut that, which is annoying. Okay, getting back to a Dynam-esque maneuver. Time to get the X-Acto knife so we can apply our decals. This is not the first time we've had to do this. We have to do this on all brands, actually. So by the way, if you guys are watching this video and you're like, hey, you know, I've never done business with this FPV builds. You know, they're a small company, mom pop style shop. So located in North America, it's not some like Chinese company. They do sell Chinese products, but they're a North American company, which is cool. And that's part of the reason why we like them, is it kind of reminds us of another company we used to work with. And then they rudely retired. And we haven't seen the success we were seeing before when we were working with them previously, which is a bummer. Because people like working with American companies, even if it's the same exact brand. They pretty much fell off the map. Mm-hmm. Yep. And we would go into more details, except we still work with them. And now that they're owned by the mothership in China, they pretty much let it fall off into the toilet. Okay.
Yeah.
That 9 looks nice. I like that. It pops.
Yeah,
it's a pop of color.
Nice.
Okay, so now these things, what are these, like, like aiming points, or what are you supposed to do? Did they say on there anywhere?
Oh,
Does it show a sticker?
It shows the sticker chart. Oh, actually, it does show.
Hey. Oh, it does? Seriously?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so let's look at this together. So I got this ring, number 10. Well, it's not that specific as a problem.
No, it's not.
Do you suppose I could just cheat and put this here?
Yes, I would.
Because the thing is, there's markers that are supposed to be here. Whatever, I'm just gonna put this here. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna stick it down and I'm gonna walk it so that I can get my finger off of it. And then I just gotta cut it. I'm not a big fan of having to cut decals like this, guys, because they don't hold up around the edges of these battery trays. So my suggestion to you is, if you're really an aficionado and you're like super worried about how nice it's gonna turn out, you gotta keep in mind, it is, like the Dynam finish is not always as good. Like the tightness of the joints in this area.
Right.
It's actually better than I expected right now.
So then I'm just trying to figure out if you need all 4 of those.
Well, they gave us 4.
I know.
Is there a reason why they would give us less than, or are they just giving us that many because they're purportedly you'll have problems?
11, 12.
Hun,
Yeah.
show the people what you're doing.
What I'm looking at?
Yeah.
They show. Oh, I see it.
I'm not putting those stupid Dynam stickers on here.
No. On the red, on the outside of the nacelle is another red circle.
Oh, yeah, like out here?
Yes.
Okay,
That'd
fine.
be your 4.
Okay, so we'll just put those wherever we can see them. And guys, you don't have to do these decals. If you'd rather, airbrush it, put some weathering on there, or whatever. I mean, that's up to you. We just kind of try to show this in such a way that's like, hey, this is the way it would normally sort of be expected to come out of the box, okay? And there are times that we will make small, minor modifications. I mean, it is a plug-and fly product. So, I mean, of course, we're going to use our radio system. You could also buy it as a ready to fly. I don't know if they sell them that way.
I'm not
at
sure
FPV builds.
that they will. Yeah, I don't know.
But I would not buy the ready to fly myself. I would get plug and fly every single time, but that's because I'm a Spectrum guy. And Spectrum, especially if you're brand new to the hobby, it's a good place to be. Even if they have an offering that's good, I'm not trying to poo-poo whatever their offering is. I'm not trying to take anything away from it, but I'm going to say this: we like Spectrum. So
do those little
those
blue,
go on. What these?
blue
The
things.
Jaguar?
Yeah, in front of the red circle on the top.
Yeah, I guess that's where they have it. Yeah. And note to self: if the sticker's clear, you can't see it. See this? That's a clear sticker. I don't understand why you would put a clear sticker. See, it's clear.
Yeah.
So it's going to go here. I take it?
Yep.
And then the other side, this must be the Squadron sticker.
Something like that.
Okay. I'm guessing that was probably a gaff.
It looks like from the picture that it was supposed to be all blue with, it looks like the whole thing was supposed to be blue.
Oh, really?
Not just the blue stripe.
Oh, yeah. Or this was supposed to be like white and they just missed it when they sent to print.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't care. It's not that big a deal. And then for these, so there'll be 2 on the fuse and then 2 on the underside of the wings, undersides of the wings.
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right.
2 on the
Good deal.
underside.
So this is in front of the yellow stripe.
But off of the canopy, probably. Looks
Yeah.
like it should be off the canopy.
Off? Yeah, just on the edge.
On the edge.
Yeah, I can do that. Okay, cool. And I always try to find my panel lines and I work the panel line seams first. And then what happens is that stretches out the vinyl. If it's vinyl, this is plastic, so it's just kind of like cheaper decal. But they're good for opaqueness, like you don't see through them. And by the way, we've had some Dynams for a few years in our basement, and the decals don't, give us a lot of problems any more than any other brand. They've been easy to peel off and don't have a lot of problems, so I would say this is a generally good experience.
I don't see
Need to careful.
on the picture
You don't see what? The bottom of the
Where
wing?
all those other ones go. The bottom of the wing ones I do see. I don't see where all of the other small ones go.
What other ones?
Oh, there's a couple. Danger.
Oh, the Dangers?
This whole other sheet.
Ow. I caught that thing with my finger. No biggie. Just a small laceration. Just kidding. This Danger was up front.
Yep,
There's one that says Danger.
Under the little blue ones.
Like an ejection seat or something. I don't know. I think it's supposed to be over here. But that's fine. I'll just put it where they put. Gotta be like, maybe there's radiation there or something. Is that where the
nuclear power plant.
No, they'd be like, or maybe it's the guns. I don't know. I don't care. No step. No step. No step. That's cool. No step. It's strangely in English. Okay, so no step.
Okay.
That would actually be an operating surface in real life. No step, but they only gave us 2 no steps. There should be no steps all the way down the edge there. Okay, then open. Where's open?
I don't know. See, that's what it doesn't show.
Okay, I'm gonna put it here. Open. See, it says open. I just put it next to the canopy. Whatever, it's good enough. Then there's these yellow stripes. I don't think these are like a Dynam thing, right?
15.
There's
That
nothing
one
on
is
the
labeled
tail.
as 15, 16.
Well, where do they put 15, 16?
Here is 15, and
Oh,
then
it's a
16's
vertical.
on the other side.
It's a vertical stripe.
But it's on the.
It's on the what?
It looks like it's on the yellow stripe, but that doesn't make sense.
That is bizarre. Why would you put this on there? What the heck? What the heck? That don't even make sense. That's because that's the other color trim livery.
Well, that's possible.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure that doesn't need to be on there.
Okay. Then I think we just need to put
I'm just gonna stick that back
the other
down
ones on the bottom.
On the wings? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Between there.
Yep. Okay. And I'm gonna go.
You used the wrong size ones somewhere.
They're all the same. They're the same. I thought the same thing too, hon, but you were just unfortunately wrong.
They are not the same.
They're the same. They are the same, hon. I thought they were different, but they're not. They're the same. For reals. What? You're acting like I'm lying to you, but I'm telling you the truth. They're all the same size. Look at the stickers.
Then why is that outline?
What?
That outline goes there, and that outline goes there.
Oh, so you're saying 5 and 6 are smaller?
Yeah. No one's gonna notice. Like, seriously.
Dang it, they are smaller. Son of
See?
a biscuit. Well, I can tell you this right now.
As usual, no one's gonna know, and you're not gonna take them off, so it's not gonna matter. But they're technically
Except
different.
that we filmed it.
Well, I mean, all those people will know, but
Okay, that was kind of weird. Maybe don't do that. Maybe that was a new.
so aggressive with your sticker application.
Okay,
Okay,
it's done.
that's probably it.
Okay, so then
Because we're not gonna do the
arrows?
Dynam and the 2.4.
we're doing the arrows, aren't we?
I don't know where the arrows go.
Don't they like point at stuff? Do they show them anywhere on the big picture?
No,
They don't?
no.
Well, why the heck did they put them in there then?
They show something on the tail, 17, 18, but none of them are labeled as 17 and 18.
Really? What if that
Oh,
yellow?
they're labeling the Dynam stickers as 17 and 18.
Yeah, not doing that crap.
None of those little ones are numbered.
Okay.
So I have no idea.
I think I put them on the. I think I put them on the. I think I put them on the nacelles on the.
You
old
can
one.
just like Bob Ross it and put them wherever your little heart desires.
like happy arrows.
Yeah,
There are some arrows molded into the EDF bodies.
I noticed that too.
I don't think that's it. These used to be like inspection points or something, right?
I have no idea. Just wherever you want them. This
I'm just gonna Bob Ross them right here.
Okay.
There's A5. There's A6 is gonna be over here.
Okay.
I don't know what the heck it means, but it means something to somebody somewhere.
Could put them on the inside of the nacelles in the same spot.
I'm just gonna stick them around here and
Okay.
there, to and
Like
fro.
little
Just feel like,
Twinkly Christmas lights.
yeah, exactly. They're like, yeah. The people are gonna be like, reeling at the screen like, no, not there, Brian. That is definitely not where it goes. That is so incorrect. I have to redo my toilet wine now. You guys don't know anything about the toilet wine joke. It's because our videos are so long that people in the pokey are making to enjoy some toilet wine. They usually get a batch done before the video is over. Now you know.
They're gonna have to make like expedited toilet wine.
And that's the first time I met Bert, the last known pilot of that plane in real life, or the last, like one of the last, or the last pilot.
Yeah.
In the SR-71, came up to me and he was talking about his toilet wine and he was going on and on. I'm like, what's wrong with that guy? I met him at RC Fest. And then we saw him other places too, which is pretty cool. He's a good guy. Bert Garrison.
You have,
What?
hold on, you have to, stop. You have an inchworm on your collar.
Okay. It's probably from China.
Probably.
You should probably get rid of it. Like seriously, it's probably gonna like infect our planet with the
Sorry, buddy.
virus. We've already done that once.
Thank you for coming.
Not falling for it again, China. Don't screw around. Okay, I put a bunch of arrows all over my plane. This is the first time I've ever done that willingly. But yet, you know, I don't know, just airplanes, they have like arrows and stuff all over them.
Sure.
They're like, don't jump into this hole. It is a bad one to jump in. I've tried it, it's not good. This one sucks. I do kind of like, if this yellow, I just don't know if it'll fit on the vertical stab. I was thinking it would be kind of cool if I could get it to reach, but it most definitely doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that one's worth it because it's gonna look really bad.
Okay.
So we're just throwing it away.
Okay.
Watch this. Watch this.
Aww. Now it's my
welcome.
turn to be all excited.
Now you owe me. Threw one thing away. Okay, so the build is not technically done because we still have an unboxed build radio setup portion. The radio setup portion, yes! Even with that huge amount of glue in each tube, we ended up with a full Dynam China glue left over for use.
Full is maybe a bit much of a stretch.
Okay. All I've got to say is, and then we were left with like 5/6 of what was in there worth of this tube. So we'll put this over here. Always a quality choice when you go with Dynam. High quality. FPV builds. Okay, check out the links in the video description below and definitely hit them up when you decide to buy one of these because they will help take care of you. Now, let's go ahead and meander our way back down our counter in our kitchen. Yes, this is our real kitchen. So there's a couple things left on the build that I'm not 100% sure about, and this is kind of a frustrating part. I have to figure out how the heck to land all these wires. We might take a quick second and come right back. All right, so after some consideration, we decided we're gonna go with the AR 8360T on this plane. And I know what you're thinking. That's a lot of money to put in a Dynam plane. I get it. I just wanna show people how to set up the steerable nose gear correction. And I just figure if you're gonna go 637T so that you can get the battery telemetry, then you might as well go the extra 15 bucks to have the extra channels, which means then you can split out and use the nose gear. Now, that being said, I do agree this is probably a little bit expensive for this particular model. A 630 or 631 would probably be fine. A 631 probably. I wouldn't go with 630 because I want the external antenna. This thing's gonna get away from you quick. It is a 6S jet after all, okay? Which I had forgotten, but basically this is probably what they're wanting you to use is something like 3300 is what they call out. But because the smart batteries are sometimes a little bit smaller, a little bit lighter, then I'm gonna go with 4000 and 3200. We'll see which one works. And we're gonna, of course, set it up on the NX10, which is kind of our transmitter of choice right now. So real quick, we'll set up to charge these batteries on our S2200. And we'll just let those start. Very basic, very simple. Now, the other thing is we just recently partnered up with China Hobby Line, and something like this might be another good option, but it is considerably larger than what they called for. And we got ours with XT90s. This is a 5000. They sell all sorts of sizes, and we've had good luck so far. So I think the general consensus in the hobby community is it's either hit or miss, which seems a lot like other brands. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna see how this goes. We have these extra wires here that came with the model, and we'll probably need them here shortly. But just keeping in mind, if we know for sure we have an additional channel, we could hypothetically set up dual ailerons versus setting up single servo channel for ailerons if we wanted to, because we will have an additional channel that's unused. The pluggable channels are the ones I'm talking about, because we can use like up to 20 channels. Many of those will be used above the pluggable channels in our transmitter, which we'll get into in the full radio setup. But just wanted to show you that because we were kind of in the midst of making that decision, and we came to the conclusion while we were cleaning up a little bit. Okay, so as we tip the plane, we're gonna pull this canopy off again. Okay. Also, this is one of the areas that we didn't like on the Dynams. The magnets hold pretty well actually, but then when you go to pull this off, you release this, but then it doesn't always release like you're expecting. And so it kind of weirds you out as the user. And so I just wanted to let you know, if that causes you concern, put a piece of tape on there, just like we do on normal, and then pierce it with your pin. And then you'll be able to still use that to lift it out. I don't like having to use a canopy, especially when the glue is fresh, but to be honest, this glue will be set up 90% by now. It should be fine, okay? Also, the battery tray is not huge for 6S. It's
True.
Barely enough to get the job done, and this is gonna be terrible to get to. So that was probably a miss, but this one back here is fine. And they use high quality straps, but I'm thinking that's gonna be a little small for a 6S battery, if you ask me, because what 6S battery is gonna fit with this width? So again, kind of a misread maybe, more than anything.
Was the previous one 6S?
I think it must have been. I don't know. Honestly, I can't remember. But we lost one of our rudder markers somewhere, or that might have been right, I guess, I'm not sure. But either way, we've got these things here. We had fed these through, and we're just gonna start pulling wires out and making sure we identify and know what we're dealing with. So if you see us kind of waffling a little bit here, that's just part of the process, okay? So then also so we're gonna have to pierce our lines for the battery telemetry, and look at this giant bundle of mess, good Lord. Can barely untangle it. So now you could have actually waited and done this at the end, but I didn't. I taped it down there. What a mess though, good Lord. There it goes, there's the bundle of joy I was looking for. I wanted to get that all peeled out of there, okay? So this huge mess, get this, who was eating bread in here again?
What is that mess?
I don't know, it's just, they slobbed everything together.
Okay.
Okay, so this is like a splitter for the gear. So that's probably for the retracts, not necessarily for like the steerable. And then this is the one that goes to the, nope, that one goes to, well, where the heck? Oh, that goes to the wing. That goes to the wings. One's caught in here. That's why that's weird. It's caught in here. See that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so there we go. Okay, and then this is, why is there a Y cable on that? Oh, that would go to the, if you were gonna not separate out. Okay, so this one we won't need, okay? So that goes to the steerable nose gear, okay?
Because that would have been.
That would have been tied to that with this Y cable.
Yes.
Okay, and then you would just need the one channel. So we'll just come out ahead on this Y cable so we can use that for another application. We'll set that aside. We do have a bunch of Y cables we can use later, okay? So we basically have this for the gear, for the retracts. So those are gonna be pretty straightforward once we find them. So this is all tangled up like a mess. What a joke. Why is it all so messy? That just drives me nuts. It stresses me out. So that says F for flap. I don't know which flap, but it's one of them. This, okay, so flap, we know the flaps are gonna be like this. Now the other thing we could do, just a thought, I'm just saying this out loud, because we have an outboard aileron and we have an outboard flap, you could also mix the flap into your aileron. So you could have this act as an aileron unless it's a flap, so it would be like a split. Now this would also actuate in real life. And goodness gracious, did I do that?
You've done it before, but I don't remember
Not
doing
on
it
this
to
one
this
though.
one.
Okay, then this is an LED bank. So this is the LED controller, flashing, and then receiver. I don't know. I'm not even sure I'm gonna flash them or not. But then this goes to the receiver. So we just have to steal power somewhere, which means we might need to go up on this Y cable again. But we can also use the bind program plug.
Yeah, because we'll have more pluggable channels.
Well, we're not gonna waste a channel for it.
Well.
I don't wanna forget about it. I'll just go to the bind plug.
Okay.
The bind plug and programming plug I can use to power this. Or you can daisy chain this off of any Y cable, okay? Using the provided cable, okay. Again, trying to use what's in the package so you guys understand. So one of these is flashing, one of these is not. One is flashing, one is on. These ones are on, okay? So I'm gonna go with this, brown is negative, so I'm gonna just go right here, plug this together. Okay, so this is the light controller. It's a pretty simple setup. It's a lot of cables to untangle. And to be honest with you, I don't know, stresses me out having to do this when it's all together like this, and that's probably why you don't want to tape them like I did, because they all come out all together now. I may have to untape that now, because I need to have that relaxed down there.
Right.
So I'm going to use regular scissors to cut that. Again, that was to get it through the hole, not just to make it hard on myself later.
True.
By the way, whatever this is, we'll find out. One is not labeled R for rudder. I'm assuming rudder. Just gonna get in here and just carefully cut that tape. And then forceps are really handy. If you don't know what forceps are, it's hemostats or forceps, just depending on who you're asking. I don't know if there's actually a formal difference between a hemostat and a forcep, or if they're the same tool, or maybe it's like a minor variation. But they have these teeth here that lock in, and they hold this so you could like pinch off a vein or an artery or whatever. And then these are bent tip. So I like the bent tip ones, are the ones I almost always use. I'm just going in here to peel out this tape. And it's funny because when you have a foam plane and you have all these little wires, one of the things you have to be kind of careful about is as you're pulling on cables, they will go in, like pierce your foam. So you got to be careful. Hun, throw that away from me, please. Since you're on that side. All right, so continuing onward, we're just trying to separate all the little wires from all the huge wires. There's another little wire that's an LED. Okay. I don't know which one's which, but I could make some assessments based on like what direction they appear to be going. So like right now, if this is L, I'm assuming that's like landing gear, or that says T. T, what the?
Throttle.
Oh, yeah, throttle. Oh, that's right. We're going to have a throttle that has to be shared together.
Right.
Oh, boy. You know what I just thought of? If we have an extra channel.
You could do differential thrust. Is that what you're thinking? Did I say that out loud?
Yeah, you could do differential thrust. And these are far enough outboard that it might, but I don't know if I want differential thrust on this plane. Ugh. I have to think about that.
Okay.
I'm probably not going to do differential thrust. I don't know that I want the headache because I don't think it's going to add anything to this plane. Okay, so differential thrust is not like the simplest thing to set up either for a plane that may not need it, or it may not improve our circumstances.
You have
What?
a piece of tape on your pointer finger.
I know. Take it off.
No, this one.
Take it off.
Okay.
I was trying to get that off earlier. And
Okay. I just didn't know if you were
Yeah, please do.
actually saving
Take it off. Yeah. Okay, so I'm untangling wires. Guys, I'm sorry. Some of this, when you're at the beginning of a cable management scenario, it can be pretty frantic for me because, like I said, this is just not a process that I'm like super like doing. I'm good at it, but I don't like doing it. Okay, so here we go. So that's going to be on lights, and then later there'll be flashing lights if we decide to use them. There's 3 available for flashing and 1 available for on, okay? Then just process of elimination. This is throttle, so T for throttle. And that's going to go to this one. Now remember, when you have, dang, where's that coming from? There it is. I'm just trying to untangle all this crap as much as possible. You're not going to be perfect. There's always going to be some tangly-dangly going on. Okay? And this is incidentally where it's really frustrating for me too, because if you've ever had like a back injury or anything, it makes you like lean funny, and I hate leaning funny, and I have an elevator extension cord that fell out over here. We'll be looking for that and I'll freak out. Okay, so just help me be aware. So there is the other throttle cable. And I don't know if you guys saw what I just did there. It's a really big tip if you have issues with your back or you don't like leaning for a long time. Bring this plane. First of all, don't film your builds on a YouTube channel, because that just makes everything uncomfortable, because you're trying to keep everything angled so you can see it. And when you do it just for fun on your own without filming it, then you don't have to worry about that crap. Okay, so R, that's rudder, and E, elevator. Okay, so I'm just putting the stuff I need to plug in over there.
Okay.
Right? And there's flap. So I'm just slowly but surely untangling all this ridiculous mess. This must be a flap. Okay, so there's another F. Okay, so I'm gonna just bring this F to the other end of the Y cable. Brown needs to go up. And so because of the nature of this cable, you'll see that I'm taking the memory out of the cable as I go. And when I say memory, I mean the twists. Okay, so we've got a nice flat cable, okay? When we're all done, you'll understand why I care, because it's gonna be a mess no matter what, but it's gonna be a lot less of a mess when we're done with this crap. Is there not a tail or any other light going on?
I'm not seeing any more yet.
Then what we can do is at some point we'll probably undo that other half of the equation. And to be honest, if you don't have flashing involved, guess what you can do? You could just plug this into the BEC via any ordinary extension cord. Like I can actually unplug that. And if I remember right, that's a split plug. Even if it's not, I could actually make it work. But for now, we'll just go ahead and use what's there. If you want them to flash, you can make them flash, okay? So we're getting there, we're getting there. Okay, throttles, we have those together. They can be kind of like back here, because just to keep them out of each other's hair. This, of course, is the steerable nose gear. And then these two, you see how they're tangled around a couple other lines. I'm gonna untangle them, whatever they are. I'm gonna untangle this one, whatever it is, it's aileron. Then I'm gonna untangle it from the power wire here. Guys, this is the sort of crap that keeps your planes from not failing miserably in air. I have problems very rarely from like plugs. Like almost never do we have a problem.
Right.
But we do occasionally have problems with planes. I crash them like into trees and stuff, but that's not because my cables were wrong. It's because I'm a bad pilot. Okay, so brown is down. This is one of the G for gears. Okay, so that's plugged in, retractable gear, of course. Then this one is G for gear. You can tell because it's got the super low gauge wire, which I do not understand why they use such small cables for landing gear, for the retracts. I just don't understand it. I think it's because they figure it's not a continuous use application. Like it's not gonna stay on for long. So we can just use like an ultra small wire for that, which is so cheap and Chinese of them. I need to undo this because that's pissing me off going that way. It looks like crap too. I'm gonna go around this way. See what I just did there, camera crew?
Vaguely.
And I tried to plug it in upside down. Of course, brown is up this time. Brown is equivalent to black if you're going from Futaba color code to Hextronics color code, okay? Aileron. Here's another aileron. So are we doing a Y cable for ailerons?
I think we have to, but where?
Well, we don't have to.
Where is it?
Where's the other aileron?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Well, what the frick? I see flap, I see flap, I see gear.
Oh.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Okay, so let me see if I can figure out the best way to do that. Okay, so there's my two A's. Okay, so those are gonna be setting the location of the receiver if we don't want to extend them, which means that there's a whole heck of a lot of wire on everything else. You guys follow what I'm saying?
Right.
So when I go to plug in my receiver, it's gonna be like, we're gonna be right next to the ailerons. Now, I'm trying to think out loud. If people wanted to do differential thrust, what does that entail? You're gonna have a separate signal cable going to both throttles. You're gonna have a more complicated throttle cut setup, which is not like a super big deal. And then of course you're gonna mix to rudder. I don't really want thrust reverse on this plane. It's not gonna be like a slow flying plane. It's not gonna add anything to the flight performance. So I'm not doing thrust reverse. Now you could do thrust reverse if you want with this application, meaning the way I'm setting up the receiver. But in my case, I don't necessarily feel like I have to use. I don't feel like, why, what?
Can you do thrust reverse? Because there's no yellow wire.
Why is there a splitter up here on the E? Did we already, oh, we used a Y cable back there.
Yep. Oh, did we use the
Maybe they were expecting us to use this one.
wrong Y cable?
Because there's only one elevator up here. And we've already got it combined and it's already labeled as such. So that's rudder, that's elevator. So we don't actually need, because we can reach all those together now. So we're up this cable and we're up this cable.
Unless we need a Y cable for the ailerons.
The ailerons. Which to be honest, I don't need a lot of extra length, so I'll just go with this one, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we don't know where we're gonna put the receiver. That's kind of what you were just talking about.
You mean you don't know where we're gonna put it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so the reason we think through this stuff is because we know you guys are gonna have to think through it too. One of the reasons that Dynam sometimes leaves a little something to be desired is this exact step. When you're having to make decisions about wiring that normally are kind of made for you by other manufacturers, Dynam will sometimes leave the ball in your court on something like this. Why did that get pressed down
No.
by me? I just was putting that there in case I needed it.
We're done with that, we think?
We're done with it.
Okay.
So brown is up, brown is up. This is the aileron plug. Of course, my fingers get in the way when I plug these together, okay? And then brown is up, or away from my belly. Brown is up, okay? So we've got those plugged in, double check colors, and then that's our ailerons, okay? So if we would need a longer Y cable, I feel like I have a long Y cable on one that doesn't need to be long, and we have a short on one that, see like the flaps, we have a long extension and we have a short extension. Since we're up this other short, why don't I go ahead and use this other short extension just for the sake of, I don't want to have so much extra bulk in here. So I'm going to take this out. I'm going to go brown is up and brown is up. I just say it because I know I'm covering it with my fingers from the camera and it's a good check for me as I build the plane, okay? So then we'll be up this longer extension cable or servo splitter cable. All right, so then this is the gear, which is a three-way splitter, which to be honest, we got a lot of extra length on that too. I have other three-way splitters that are shorter. I'm probably gonna cheat on this one, hon. What do you think?
Well, go ahead and got it.
Take another smaller three-way splitter. Since we gotta put that stuff in, I might as well, if I can find one. That one says flaps, rudder. Just looking for, if you see a three-way, just holler out.
Surprised if, are you sure we've got a 3?
I know we've got a 3. I just don't know if it's up here.
There's one.
That's a three-way right there, baby.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. So this through, and that's on gear. So it's not like, it's actually got the retention clips on it too, which is kind of nice. So guys, I'm not trying to like deceive you at all, but I added this because I don't want the bulk. So this is like cable management stuff. I don't feel like it really adds or takes away from the plane. I'm not calling this a modification, but it's just the bulk of the cables just get in your way and it makes it a real nightmare. So, and then also they call this a 5-channel plane. Okay, so black to brown. Then this one, oh, those say G. Those say G. Oh, good. This is G. This would be G as well.
Yeah,
why?
So that whole thing is gone.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're up that one. We're not actually, we're neutral because we just replaced it with the one that we had here. Brown is toward the front. Okay, so black is toward the front. Okay, good. Now, if we would have a problem with a retract, we could also chase our tail and just make sure that we chase back and make sure to rule that out if we would have an issue. Full disclosure, okay. All right, so now we've got a pretty good amount of length. We've got a pretty close match there with these cables, which is gonna just make it a little bit easier. We'll put it back here. And then this being the lights, good freaking Lord.
That's ridiculous.
There's a lot of wasted length. And the truth is, we could also take and do a Y cable on that and just go straight off the BEC if we wanted, hon.
Right, because we don't care, you don't want them to flash.
I don't want them to flash. If you want them to flash, you need the controller.
Right.
So what I'm doing now, guys, is I'm just looking inside of here. In fact, I've got a little controller right here, probably makes flashing lights.
Probably.
Probably came off of one of my FMS planes, I'm guessing.
Can you use just a standard
That's
splitter?
another three-way that I cut off. Huh?
Can you use just a standard three-way with those little light plugs?
I don't need a three-way, I need a two-way. Here's a two-way, but I don't want the clips. See, the clips is what I'm avoiding. So folks, I'm just looking in here for something I had lying around. You may or may not have as much of this stuff lying around, so just go ahead and use what's stock. You just have to tie up the extra. But in my application, see, that's long. I don't want to go long with it. I don't want to go long with it.
Oh, that one's got clips.
That one's got clips. I mean, the clips are not like a deal breaker. It's just I'd rather not use the clips because those are good for security. Like if an LED comes undone, I don't care.
Right.
It's not going to cause the plane to crash as a result, right?
Clips.
There's also clips.
Yep.
Lights, these are 3. That's 2. Well, if that's our choice, that's 2. That's clips. Yeah, so I guess in this case that's flaps, but it's got clips too.
What's
clips,
that? Got a
clips.
little thing in the middle.
That's just the way they put them together. Okay, so this one's like the shorter one, so we'll go with this one. So guys, real quick, just to show you how this works. I'm gonna just demonstrate something with the XBC battery checker. The battery checker is gonna emulate the BEC output from just a standard setup. It's nothing huge, it's nothing small. It's gonna be about what you would expect to see. So click, go to servo test, start. That's gonna wake up the circuit for this. And we'll just show you the lights real quick so you can see that they work. Negative is away from the camera crew. So this plugged in, the lights came on. So we have red, we have green. As you can see here, the green on my hand. Now I'm just gonna show you what I'm talking about. We could just unplug this, okay? We could plug in our little Y splitter, and then all you have to do is get your polarity right on these connectors. Yep. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna take this one, and you're gonna put your negative toward the top of that fixture. And we just plugged in either the red or the green.
Red is on down here.
Red is on?
Yep.
Okay, and then we're gonna go, because remember, you need a current limiting resistor in an LED circuit, but there's already a current limiting resistor as part of the BEC. The battery eliminator circuit is part of the electronic speed control. In this case, we're simulating that, of course, with the battery eliminator circuit, AKA power supply, for
Green.
our BEC here on the plus and the minus. And then this signal is unused in this application, so we'll just unplug that. That becomes yet another plug, and then we can eliminate this from our entire apparatus. Okay, so up another cable. That's how you end up with a lot of cables when you build airplanes all the time. You just end up with lots and lots of that sort of thing. I've bought hundreds and hundreds of cables too, though.
We probably have about 5-ish minutes maybe.
Okay, so this is the steerable nose gear. We got plenty of good length. It's about the same as what we see here. So you guys see cable management is not always just a function of, like, the throttles are gonna be the longest cable, okay? And then as you can see, we've got like way tons more than we need. So why don't we also, in this case, let's go with a bigger, heavier duty connector. Yeah, like this. Let's do this, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, again, it's just one of those things. If we have a problem with a throttle, we'll be forthright with you, and then we'll make sure that we don't have an issue because of the cables that we came away from stock using, okay? So again, we don't mean to misrepresent what you're gonna get out of the box, but we just want a better cable management. Okay, cable management is a function of the pilot and the builder, and not necessarily always a function of the plane, the product you're purchasing. So just look at the difference in the cable management now from when we started. It should be pretty much night and day. Okay. It took us $0 to do that, but you guys might have to buy them if you were trying to copy exactly, and we recognize that that's a reality you might face. But that's where we are. Now, we know everything's gonna work, so now our next big move is we gotta get this power cord mounted, because this is an AR8360T, which is gonna give us telemetry, and it's full range telemetry. That's why we have the additional antennas and diversity antennas. Beyond that, there's also a little battery plug that goes here, and this is the micro pH 1S style connector. And so I'll show you how this works real quick. And camera crew is gonna call out some times if you hear her talking to me, it's because our battery's about to die. And this is a micro pH connector that's gonna end up ultimately going in to our receiver, okay? And obviously we'll have to pick up our video a little bit later so we can come back to this. This is going to then feed our telemetry data into that port. Now, if you have a smart ESC, you could also set up thrust reverse, which would be pretty sweet on this plane, but being that it's a dual ESC, I don't know how that would work. So as you can see, this goes in here, and then usually I twist this to keep it tame. And then what happens is that'll go back to the base of where this exits from the plane. And then at some point I need to tap power. And so I will usually tap it into this point somewhere in that area, and then just wrap it amongst all this crap that's gonna ultimately get worn and torn. So that's my only drawback with that, is because we have this like octopus cable of very large cables that's gonna get manipulated and moved. So you wanna make sure you reinforce this to the best of your ability. I am gonna unplug that 1S micro pH connector. I'm gonna show you how I twist it. I take my finger and I do that, and then I start wrapping. And it takes a couple of turns. Once you get a couple of turns, then you'll have some memory on it, but you gotta be very careful you don't yank out those little dinky test cables, okay? Now keep in mind, you're probably thinking to yourself, you're gonna put a 6S battery on that little tiny wire? Yes, we are, because this is basically a multimeter lead. It's not like you're putting any load on the end of this cable. The load is the motor. The load is where it's gonna pull the current predominantly. We're just measuring the voltage here, and so it doesn't actually carry much current. And so you should be fine to have a very small tap wire. In fact, you could go considerably smaller if you ask me, but they don't know exactly what you're gonna be using in their various airplane environments here. Okay, so once I'm done doing that, I go all the way toward the end, and it is a lot easier to do this before you start landing it on your cables. The other thing you can do is you can put this in a chuck of your drill, and then you can run the drill for just a few seconds, and it makes it really fast. But I am like way too lazy to go get my drill, even though it would probably take about as long. Okay, so once you're done, you want to make sure it doesn't undo itself. If it undoes itself, you didn't get enough memory in the cable, so just go a few more times and give it a tug, and then that will hold the memory a little bit better. And you can see the areas where you don't have enough, the pattern will look inconsistent. And then once you're all done, there you go. Okay, then what I like to do is, we know how long these wires are, so that's gonna be my check, okay? Then I'm gonna take it back to the base of one of these, and I'm gonna chase it up to where we're gonna tap, okay? So when we do that, that helps us to make sure that that's not the weak link in the equation. The weak link being when we yank on the cable to put the battery in so that we can plug in the plane each time. We don't wanna have problems because of that. You could use scissors to do that, but I'm gonna use my teeth just to gross everybody out, okay? I'm gonna go next to one cable and one cable only. I don't need to tape onto each and every one of these cables, and it's just luck of the draw, whatever I happen to get, which it seemed to go onto this black one first. So I'm just going around it. And then when I go and move this, I don't have to worry about yanking out of the receiver or yanking out of this end, okay? And then we're just gonna brace that on a somewhat momentary basis, let's say. So like every few inches or so, we'll tap it, okay? And so because it's on that black wire, I'll just happen to chase along the black cable, okay? So guys, if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC, you want to support us, look no further than the links in the video description below. It's the best way to support us by buying the planes when you want them. Don't buy them if you don't like them. I don't know why you would, but just because you want to support us doesn't mean you have to buy every plane we offer. We offer a lot of planes here, and we understand that a lot of the reason why people come to Brian Phillips RC is because you can see a wide variety of different content, different types of plane, different interests. And so we understand not everybody is going to be into every plane, but if you're into this plane and you want to help support Brian Phillips RC and the partners we partner with, like FPV Builds, then look no further than the links in the video description below. You can buy a plane for yourself, you can buy a plane for a gift, you can buy a receiver, you can buy a battery, whatever. We'll link to what we used in this video. And then we have links and master links and all the other stuff at brianphillipsrc.com. That's our domain and website. You can also go to bprc.me. That's also a short link to our website. If you don't want to type the word Brian Phillips RC, we need more of those in that thing.
Okay.
Everybody knows Q-tips are a very important part of your RC tool bag.
And that's a toothpick.
And this is a toothpick. So Q-tips and toothpicks, okay? So we're gonna pierce this wire. That's right, pierce the wire. Then I'm gonna take this excess and all. I'm gonna loop it around and then I'm gonna force it into the hole that I just created, preferably in a lateral fashion and not straight into the copper because it'll resist if you try to go straight into the copper. Sometimes I get really lucky, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do this and I split the sheath on the wire and that's very frustrating. This opens up the copper so I can slide it in. Okay, now that it's slid in, I push it as far as I can. And you can also just solder these in if you prefer as well. And that's perfectly fine as well if you decide to do that. It's really kind of up to you how you do it. Okay.
About 4 minutes, 3-4 minutes.
Okay. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to my tape, and then I'm gonna basically secure this cable so that it's A, not a pain in the butt to plug the battery in every time, and B, it doesn't yank out of these test patch points, okay? Or test points, or whatever you wanna call these things, okay? And if you guys work with vinyl tape, try not to touch it with your fingers so much like I just did there. That'll undermine its performance drastically if you do that, okay? All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna now take this and press it in, and then I'm gonna just give myself, you know, a little teeny bit of blob so I can tape this down, okay? Once I tape it down, I wanna tape it down pretty good, and I'm probably have to do the black and I'm gonna have to do the red separately, okay? So give yourself a little bit of room so that if the red and the black leads separate slightly, you don't have an undoing. And then once you're done with this, now you'll pull it real tight and get that mechanical strength that you desire. And that mechanical strength will help hold that lead together. And you don't even have to solder, folks, okay? Now, if you wanna solder, go for it. I solder. I do it all the time professionally, and I do it for RC stuff, but I don't do it as often right now because our basement is a giant pit because it's a construction zone, okay? So you see that? Doesn't even need to look pretty. It still works, promise. Then we're gonna do the exact same thing over here. And you're like, all for battery telemetry? Yeah, battery telemetry, flight pack telemetry is one of the most valuable telemetries you can get, in my opinion. And I'm just doing the exact same thing I did before. And I'm just gonna go around, except on the first bite, I'm gonna grab one more loop. You see how I did that? And then that's gonna hold it, and it's gonna give us lots of strain relief. Strain relief is the name of the game when it comes to stuff like this, because here's the thing. If you don't relieve the strain, you're gonna end up yanking the cable out. I promise you will, okay? Even if you're careful, you'll be in a hurry someday, you'll make a mistake, and then you'll be like, dang it, I wish I wouldn't have done that. Or just solder if you can't handle that, okay? So then I'm gonna go back and I'm just gonna tape these two together because they will usually be together, okay? Now we've got like 4 different strain reliefs that are gonna take the movement and load before it pops out of that end. And then look where it goes. It just goes back here where all the rest of my wires are already exiting the bundle. Now, if I have a little extra, no big deal. I can just tie that up with the extras that we have on all these other apparatus, and we should be good to go. So at this point, our battery's about to die, so I'm gonna help the camera crew out and end the video here. So obviously the radio setup is going to pick up right where we left off. We're gonna have to basically set up our profile next, and then we'll know where to stick all the wires in this AR8360T. So there you have it so far. We hope you guys enjoyed this. Brian Phillips RC signing out until the battery's charged. All right, so we're back and we're ready to set up the AR8360T, which means we need to build a profile to actually drive this. And that's gonna tell us which plug needs to go to which servo, or servos in our case. So we're gonna do that now. So we'll turn on the transmitter. When the transmitter fires up, it's gonna come out to the last plane that we were using, which should be fine.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Okay, so we'll hit cancel and back. We'll go to add new model. We're gonna create an acro. And we'll just go through the entire radio setup, guys. It's not like we're gonna try to trick anybody here. We're gonna give it make it as easy as possible. And yours won't take quite this long because we have just a ton of models in there. Okay. Geez, it's taking forever now.
It is.
Okay, so then model type has already been set. We picked an acro. Model name. This is where we type in the number or the name, which is gonna be the ME262 and the Dynam. So we'll be right back when we're done typing. All right, so we got it typed in, Dynam ME-262 1.5 meter V2. This is our V2, meaning I've already done one before, but this is technically listed as V2 on the box somewhere too. I can't remember exactly where I saw that.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it is technically a V2, so we'll just hit back. Aircraft type. Okay, so this is where you gotta kind of make some decisions. We're gonna help you do that right now. So you could hypothetically do dual ailerons if you wanted, but we used a Y cable. So you could do flaperons if you wanted to, but we're gonna use just the regular setup. So it's gonna be one aileron and one flap because we have a Y cable that's splitting the flaps and a Y cable that's splitting the ailerons. And then the tail type is normal, okay? And then what we'll do is we'll see if we can select an image from the standard image file. We just scroll over and you can see kind of what's in here. I'm pretty sure they do not have anything of the sort, but we do have a twin, and then I don't know, the closest is probably the Habu, don't you think?
Yeah, because it's an EVF.
Yeah, something like that. Well, I don't know, the A10 is kind of close. You know, it's kind of weird. I almost swear there was one at one point. So you don't need to worry about any of this stuff yet. Flight mode setup, we're going to set up to switch D because that's where I want it to be. Again, you don't have to follow everything I do exactly, but I'm just going to tell you that if you want my help, I would suggest that you do it my way, and then you can build on it or adjust it later, okay? Mm-hmm. Spoken flight mode, this is where we set up assignments for the labels, okay? So the label is going to be cancel, cancel. This is going to be AS3X, so I just scroll that in. Okay, so AS3X, which stands for Artificial Stabilization 3-Axis. And what we'll do is we'll then set up the audio event that's going to be tied to it as an audio label. It's going to be like down here, so it takes a while to scroll to. We'll come right back. So why they didn't put this up at the top, I don't understand, because it's like the most common thing you're going to do. Then flight mode 2, I'm going to set to off. So I'm going to cancel, cancel, clears it. And then I'm going to type the word OFF for off. And remember, just keep in mind, these are just labels. This happens to be a readable label that will show up in about this area of your screen during normal flight mode. And during normal flight, not flight mode, not to confuse the world, sorry. Now I'm going to scroll down to off. It should be like in the middle somewhere. Okay, so now off. And it'll call it out every time you change state, okay? So then this one we want to say safe, so cancel, cancel. And this, oh wait, did we already do safe at the top? No, we did
No, you did
ASRX like we should. So this is gonna be sensor assisted flight envelope, which is auto leveling plus ASRX. So SAFE. Now, just to be clear, I use a legacy keyboard. Your keyboard may look different. If you don't like the new keyboard style, you can do that in system setup. And I'll scroll in all the way down here to safe. Okay, so there's safe mode. Okay. Now, just to refresh your memory, these are just labels, both audio and physically what's going to be displayed on the screen. Then channel assign. I like B to be tied to my flaps. So I just want to make sure at some point I verify where that's going to go. Okay, because right now we have throttle, aileron, elevator, rudder. And then this would be gear, typically. And then this would be, looks like 6 has been designated for something. I'm not sure what it is. What would that be? Flaps?
Should be. Usually it's flaps.
Yeah, why doesn't it say flaps then? That's weird. So this one here, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to disassociate that from 7 by just inhibiting it. And then switch D is going to need to be attached to something so that we can make our assignment changes. Now you'll notice I went to channel 11 this time because I have all the way up to 20 channels. So I'll just choose this one because there's nothing assigned to it to switch D, or click and scroll all the way to the left, and 1 over is going to be flight mode. So flight mode will be controlled on channel 11, which is then associated through the flight mode menu to switch D. Now you could also just choose switch D here if you want, but I like to do this in case there was an assignment change to a different switch later. Okay.
Do you want to take the R knob off of 8 since 8's a pluggable channel now? Because we're doing an 8360T.
That's a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to take and unconnect that there. And then we're going to unconnect this, and we're going to unconnect, whoops. We're going to unconnect this, and then we're going to go up here. That's a good idea, camera crew. And then I'll just move or exercise the right, it's actually the roller knob. Okay, so now these pluggable channels, I don't like the sliders attached to anything when I might be in question, so I just undo the sliders, okay? So they're not attached to a channel. So then one of these channels is gonna end up controlling the steerable nose gear, which will come up in a little bit later, okay? So then there'll be more stuff that comes up, and eventually we'll have to go to bind. But for now, we can jump out of the menu. Okay, so it comes up. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do we're gonna do rates and expo. Okay, so I wanna set this all to switch F. Now you can split them out if you want, but my suggestion is you do it my way and then make adjustments from there. That's the lowest amount of expo. Then this will be the middle, or where we start. And then it'll be about double the expo here, and we'll drop the rates down just a little bit. So we'll go down to about 90%. So this is going to be the most sensitive setting and the least sensitive setting by a factor of half or a factor of double, okay? And then we just emulate that same setting on all 3 of these primary control surfaces. It's very easy to do this. I could build a template and do this one time, but you know, it just takes me a few minutes to do it, and so I've just gotten used to it. So we'll go to 5, then we'll go to 10, then we'll go to 20, okay, and then we'll go down to 90. So basically what that does is it helps you get out of hot water. If you're flying for a maiden and you need more, you can get more. You may find that that deadens the other 2 controls. So what you'll do is when you land, you'll put it back to the middle, and you'll set this middle setting to, you know, on rudder, let's say the rudder's too sensitive, you would just set this to 20, you know, and then you would set this one to like 40 and maybe drop the rates to like 75% and put this to 90% and leave this maybe at 10, you know, so you've got a halving and a doubling effect still. Okay, and the other 2 controls would be the same. You'd have a halving and a doubling, okay? I find that I mess with that only when it's like crazy windy, I might occasionally throw it to a little bit more dampening. But that is not the gain channel. The gain channel will eventually be the rotary knob, which we'll talk about later. Then throttle cut, we want that set to switch H. Acknowledge that. And then look down here, you can see the -100. As I move the throttle stick, nothing changes on that. That means that the throttle cut is working. I'm gonna disengage the throttle cut. And now you can see it moves up and down on that screen, the monitor. Okay, so we've got that set. And then I want to set up a timer. The timer is probably going to be set to 3 minutes. Even though we'll have telemetry, I'm going to set a timer at the beginning. I want it to start anything over 25% on the throttle stick. At 1 minute, I want a voice call out. At 20 seconds, I want nothing. At 10 seconds, I want a voice. I want a countdown, and expiration. I want tone and vibrate with a tone every minute thereafter. Now walking back out, I'll scroll over one screen and you can see exactly where we need to land all the cables. Throttle, aileron, elevator, rudder, gear, flap, aux2, aux3, aux4, aux5, aux6, and aux7. We're not gonna mess with a steerable nose gear yet, but we will eventually need to do it, and I'll show you exactly how to do that. And you'll notice this is channel 1 through 1. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And if you scroll over, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay? Make sense? So our next move is to basically start plugging wires in. So we can just leave this on as a tool to help us appreciate where everything needs to land. So this is going to be a little bit tricky because the nature of this plane, it's a big plane. And excuse me, this EDF wants to make it hard to tip down low. So I'm going to try to go right to the edge. And this triangular shaped fuse makes it want to rock back. So I'm just going to try to adjust things as such. Now obviously this receiver can be mounted inside of this plane somewhere. It is spatially aware, or it will be when we turn on the AS3X. So because it's spatially aware, we need to be mindful of not mounting it at a weird diagonal. But you can pretty much mount it here, 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 here. There's many, many positions you can do that in, okay? So whatever suits your needs, you can do that, okay? And then there's also the bind plug here, which we'll eventually use for the lights and things like that, okay? So channel 1 is throttle based on this screen, and then ailerons. So we'll just look for throttle and then ailerons. So this is throttle here. So how do we know where the negative is? The negative is silk screened here, then plus, then signal. So signal is the color, the lighter color, then red is power, and then ground is brown in this case. But you can see the equivalency here on the, this would be the Futaba color code, this would be the Hextronics JR color code. So we plug that in. Sorry guys, just sneezed off camera there. So this is gonna be the steerable nose gear. We'll come back to that. We're looking next for ailerons. Here's ailerons. Now, of course, I'm gonna be mindful of how I untangle this stuff so that everything kind of ends up where I want it to be at the end of this all. Okay, so we'll go into the second port. So now we're done with those two. And what you're gonna see is there is extra cable here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna work my way through the process and just kind of tidy the cables as I go, kind of giving them a bit of memory so that it's easy when it's all said and done. And then I can lay this where I wanna lay it and make things easier on myself, okay? And I just noticed a black mark on that cable, but it's just a black mark. It's not a cut. I thought maybe it was a chafe on the cable. Now, the other thing too you might wanna think about doing is as you work for cable management, it's always a good idea to have a few zip ties ready to rock and roll for when you do finally achieve that perfect position for all the stuff that you want to accomplish. And so I'm just grabbing a few of these zip ties out of this drawer here. Now I'm not sure how many I'm gonna need just quite yet, so I'm just grabbing a variety of small and big and kind of middle-sized ones. These ones I am providing, they didn't come with the plane, obviously. And then some side cutters to cut the tail off. Oh, my apologies. Okay, so then after aileron, so channel 3 would be elevator. So now I'm looking for elevator. Elevator's over here. One of these is elevator, that's rudder. Well, where's rudder? Rudder is the next one, so we'll just do that on channel 4. So there's channel 4. And then channel 3. Remember, kind of get it flat if you can. And then once you're flat, you can go into the spot where you want it to be. Now this extension cord is quite a bit longer than it needs to be, so that's, you know, gonna have to get dealt with too. So kind of the same scenario. At some point, I'm gonna deal with that in a cable management-y way. So this is gonna get squished together. Just like that, shortly. And I need enough slack to be able to glue this down or stick it down with 3M double-sided tape or some such thing, okay? So right now, we're just kind of doing that each time we handle it. Now, we also have this little plug, which is gonna be for the battery telemetry. So I might as well, since I'm holding it right now, I'll just go ahead and carry that up here. And we'll plug it in just like we did before. Now, you're probably thinking, how do you tell which way? Admittedly, I usually just guess and check until I get it right. If you get it right, then you're golden, just plug it in. If you get it wrong, spin it. Because I don't force it, I just make sure it fits, and then once it fits, I'm good to go. Okay, then I kind of pull this over and just more or less get it out of the way so that we don't end up with an appreciable amount of pull on the cable itself. Okay, so now the next thing I need is, we're on throttle, aileron, elevator, rudder, then gear. Okay, so gear is here. And I do notice that this one gear line is pretty short here. So I'm feeling like this might be a bit of a miss here on this. You see how short we are?
That is really short.
I am not sure I can get away with that right now. So I'm wondering if maybe the smarter thing to do would be to cheat with something there so we can get a little bit longer on just this one. I might have one single extension cord. I'll be right back. So this did not come with the plane. I just grabbed it out of that bag of goodies. I'm gonna go in here and unplug the extension cord, or the 3-way splitter that we had used earlier. And I'm gonna plug in the extension cord. So remember, in this case, brown is down, and black is down. So you see that's lined up. Now that's gonna give me more of a neutral side load on the cable, and it's also gonna help me reach back so that it's more neutral like the rest. It is gonna ultimately leave a little bit of extra. So I might just do one more quick check just to see if I can get one that's exactly the right length, but I doubt it. I'll be right back. All right, so we're just gonna have to tolerate that little bit of extra. And then after gear, it goes straight to flap.
You didn't actually plug in the gear to the receiver.
Yeah, good point. I should do that. Generally speaking, plug in the plug to the receiver, okay? Then I'm gonna go to the next one, which is flaps. And same thing here. And you guys can see the colors are all up the same, orange in this case, okay? And here in a second, we're gonna have the LEDs, which this can just plug into any open channel. And then of course, this is gonna be our steerable nose gear. So now there is a trick. Sometimes this works. It depends on what you've got for length. This one just doesn't provide much. So you wanna be kind of careful to be mindful of how your wires are gonna lay once you actually bring this whole bundle back, because your power cords that go down to your battery, you don't want to be tangled up with this, okay? So I'm gonna go under this time and bring that over to the receiver. Now we have channel 7 and channel 8. So I'm just gonna defer to channel 7, which would be not where the right scrolling knob is.
Right.
So as a result, we wouldn't have had to change that, but we just changed it, because then later if we add a feature, maybe we do a bomb drop or something like that on this plane in the future. And then this is just sealing power for LEDs. Now, just to be clear, I could take a 3-way splitter, put it on any of these active channels, or I could even go to the bind plug over here and also steal, which actually is probably, the only problem is there are times when you can actually force a receiver into bind mode with a device. It's usually when there's higher internal resistance on the circuit, and it comes from retracts on Dynam planes.
Oh.
Yep,
okay.
I remember that from our Turbojet 550.
Oh, that's right.
And I would have to unplug that. That was on lemon receiver though, okay? So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this bundle of cable. I am going to then, next move is gonna be to basically try to kind of secure this in such a way that it's not totally ridiculous, okay? And it's not too bad, but I think what I wanna do is I wanna take this middle-sized zip tie, and
Where is the power cable even? Oh, it's clear under there.
Yeah. You mean the one for the battery?
Actually plug in the battery, yeah.
Yeah, it's underneath. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop this in like that and just intentionally make sure that all my slack areas are pulled right to the middle, which is going to be a very big bundle. And by the way, I got to say, you guys saw how bad it was at the beginning. It's a million times better than it was at the beginning. In terms of cable management, that's going to be way nicer to have to deal with. It's still going to suck if we have a problem, but truth is, I'd rather have it suck less.
Right.
In this particular case. Okay, so then the next thing we have to do is we have to then mount this at some point. Now you see how it's kind of got this propensity to want to kind of like turn, and when I pull like this, it may try to loosen the cables. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold these all in and together, and I'm probably going to do a second zip tie once I get this square, okay, like that. So you see that? I want to keep this bundle so it doesn't accidentally yank out like channel 8's trying to do, okay? And then once that's done, then I can actually glue or secure that. So I'm going to take this other black zip tie. Black zip ties are UV resistant, in case you guys didn't know. Once you go black, you never go back. Oh. Okay, so there we go. All right. So we'll just clip this right off. And then we need to figure out a way to either mount this on the side or on the bottom. I am tempted to just go ahead and do it right there, because there's really no reason to make it any more fancy than that I can think of. Is there that you can think of?
I don't know why you would make it any more complicated than that.
Yeah.
That seems...
So the only thing I don't like about that is it's a low point, and I don't want to have to fight stuff later. But like right now, everything is pretty much where it needs to be. So normally I would try to just grab a 3M double-sided tape if I need to make up a little bit of height, and that's what I'm a little bit tempted to do on this application. But I'm going to just tell you this right now. You don't have to use 3M tape. So why don't we, just for grins and giggles, let's go ahead and show the process of using the remaining China glue, all 6 milliliters of it.
There's not 6 milliliters in there.
You don't think so?
No.
I'm gonna put these away. All right, so now that I'm done cleaning up, we're gonna use some of the remaining glue. And you're probably thinking to yourself, that seems like really lame to just glue this thing down. Well, you can do it another way if you want.
If it works.
If it works, I would just do it. So look at this. Now the glue has dried in the opening. Are you kidding me? That's hilarious. So I'm just gonna put a bunch of glue on the bottom of this. And just remember, this is gonna make up a little bit of thickness. So if you're real close to that rim on the foam right there, you see what I'm talking about? There's like a high point and a low point. It's kind of hard to see actually, probably for you guys, but we can see it in person very good. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna let this sit down and just pull that stuff out of the way. I'd like to kind of center it, but it doesn't have to be centered. That's just more of a preference thing, so it's easier to work with. And then once I've kind of got that glue slathered, I'm just gonna literally go up and down a number of times. I am holding by the antennas, which is not ideal. But once I do that a number of times, then I'll pull this away. And you see it's all stringy now. I'm just gonna let it sit for a minute. While that sits for a minute, I wanna talk to you about the next step, which I would normally do this with toothpicks, but we evidently have lost our box of toothpicks. So forceps are gonna bite a very small screwdriver. This one happens to be 0.7 millimeters for what it's worth. And I'm going to make a cavity by which to insert my antennas. Yes, antennas, not antennae. I had somebody tell me that once. Evidently antennae are for like animals that have antennas, antennae.
Antenna, yeah.
And machines have antennas.
Sure.
Which I did not know that. So I'm glad when people correct me so I can stop making a fool of myself. But it is kind of difficult because on YouTube, you know, you never really know for sure if the person correcting you is making a fool out of you.
Yeah.
So, okay, so now I stuck that down and you'll notice that it's on there, and we'll just keep an eye on that because this does need to remain spatially aware, okay? So then the other thing too is I just want to show these people, get that camera angle around there, hon. Just reach your arm out. It's like a 30-second thing. See this? It's not gonna relax. So what that means is there is not slack there. So just be aware, you have to kind of work around the nature of a particular plane. As you can probably imagine, this particular plane has particular needs that other planes may not have, okay? And I am gonna throw one more zip tie right here just because I think it's gonna help keep, nope, I'm not, because I don't have them over here, so never mind, I guess I'm not doing that. So this is stuck down, it's gonna stay there, I believe. And if it doesn't, we'll stick it back down and that stuff will have been cooked off enough. And then the little stringies that came off of that can be used to stick down this right there, just so they don't end up in a pinch point or something weird, okay? Remember, our battery is gonna go here, hypothetically, okay? So if the battery is gonna go here, why don't we just slam that in the hole right now, because it does need to be in the hole at some point. So we might as well do that, because we're gonna be binding here in just a second.
Okay.
So we'll pull this battery strap open just a little bit more. And it's like super difficult to undo that. Okay, got it. It's gonna be a bear cat to load this battery, I gotta say. I'm not looking forward to it. 3200, this is 50C, they call out 30, 6S, okay? This is Smart Pack. So if you guys don't know anything about Smart Packs are not dumb, they're smart. They have a data lead on Gen 2 packs. This is Gen 2 pack. That was a joke, by the way. Smart, dumb. Dumb packs we use a lot too. Okay.
Just wondering how they were expecting you, if you were going to use a bigger battery, like you can't get to that front strap at all.
You like literally can't reach. So I don't know. It's just when they put straps in inaccessible areas, it just makes me want to pound my head against a brick wall. That vigorous. Yeah. It really annoys me a lot. At least that thing slips. Oh,
Shelf liner.
they have Velcro, but they don't give us the other half of the Velcro.
Right.
So, okay, so shelf liner is the trick that we've been doing for many moons. There are a lot of people that do this. It's a very good idea. I'd highly recommend you do it as well. It's very easy to accomplish, but it does take a couple extra seconds. And for that reason, many people avoid it and they just put Velcro all over every side of their battery.
Are you just going to glue that to the Velcro? We're opening the shelf liner.
I'm sick of fighting this packaging. So I'm gonna half open it.
Great.
I'm just kidding, I am gonna take it. I'm gonna open it all the way up. So guys, if you wanna get shelf liner, we have this sort of thing at Brian Phillips RC under the supplies tab, okay? The supplies tab are gonna show you. The reason we like this is because it's that solid style, but you can get the stuff with, you know, the
Holes in
little
it.
holes, but the holes are gonna allow the glue that you use to hold this down to eke out into your battery. And you'll regret it if you have a hot battery, okay? This Velcro, I am gonna peel that up before we do our antenna trick.
Oh.
And I just wanna talk about this again. Yep, it's stuck down still, so we're good.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna grab an edge with these forceps because they work really nice for that sort of thing. And just peel this up. Okay, so that's out. And now I can take this little Velcro out and just stick that
Save that for the rest of our lives.
until we die. We don't have to
At least until you die.
we don't have to keep it in the afterlife. Okay. So we're gonna put this in here, and I have no idea where this battery's gonna end up, but I'm just assuming at this point, we wanna have something that's about the size of the battery. So, I'll probably go that way. Something like this, and then something like that, okay? So then this is going to stop your battery that's slick. I don't like that. We're gonna go over to this island, okay? So it slides very easy, as you can see, on all the surfaces. And then once you put something like this on there and you put a little pressure, it will barely move, okay? So that's the way this stuff works. And it works really nice. Sometimes it gets a little dirty. You might have to replace it or clean it, but it's kind of hard to clean stuff inside of an airplane, I've learned. Okay, so now how do we glue this in? Very simply, we're just gonna take and use up the last tiny, teensy tiny little bit of glue from this. which means I'm gonna have to squeeze every last living drop out of it.
That was a bunch.
That wasn't bad, actually. That was like more than we got out in the whole plane assembly. But then this one will be gone, which is kind of cool, so we can throw it away. Okay, so as you can see, we're just spread that out. Does not need to be a ton of glue, guys. And I want to get that to the edges. And remember, all this is doing, I mean, you wouldn't even technically have to glue it at all.
Right.
Because it will stick to the surface underneath if that wood is clean. The trouble is, and this is the trouble, it's not always clean. And it won't stay clean, okay? Do you see how that worked?
The throwing things away?
You're welcome. I know. It's miracles do happen, okay?
Every once in a while.
So I'm just gonna slide this in here. And yep, I'm gonna slide it in there, I'm gonna drop it, and you're like, but you didn't put it all the way in. That's because I don't think I'm gonna have my battery all the way in. And this, I'm just gonna push down until I am satisfied with its position. I don't like that because it is gonna make that Velcro stick. So you might wanna cut it thinner if you do it like I did. Okay, now I'm just gonna literally slide this in as much as I can slide it in. Remember, it will still kind of slide on here, but it's not gonna slide once you put a little bit of down pressure from your Velcro. And I gotta say, for being a relatively well done plane, this battery tray is such an afterthought, but now you can see it's gonna hold it in there, okay? I have no idea how the CG is gonna work, but we will eventually address that here in a few minutes. So I'm gonna go back to my little clamp on style here. I'm gonna tip the plane again, and I'm gonna come back here and we're gonna talk about antennas. So diversity antennas would like to be at 90 degrees of each other. Doesn't matter what 90 degrees of each other they are. So what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna come up here and, you know, I'm just trying to think where I can stick these, where the sun don't shine. So right there, I'm gonna stick one right here. Boop. And then hopefully I don't hit anything too useful. There is a carbon fiber wing joiner in there, so as long as we're perpendicular to it, we should be okay. And then look at this. Now watch, this is pretty complicated. Pretty complicated and super difficult. I'm gonna grab this. Do not clamp it on there, you'll probably break it. I'm just gonna slip that in the hole until it's in there enough. And then I'm gonna just kinda rotate this down until it seems happy with life. Then I'm probably, just for the sake of ease, I am going to get some tape, and the tape is going to help us hold that down once we get them both in place. So that one's going laterally this way on the plane, and just run-of-the-mill tape, nothing special, just happens to be kind of clearish, okay? And so it's not as ugly as it could be. And you'll notice it pulled out of the hole a little bit. So if you really, really want it to stay, you can glue it, but it's not really like it has to be glued, okay? And then my objective here is to just make that stay out of the way, okay? So that when you're loading your battery and so on and so forth, you don't accidentally damage it, and it should be no problem though, okay? So we're just double checking our glue is still holding, everything's happy there. Now, this one already has kind of a bend in it. This is the active part of the antenna right here. And so you want to protect that last 28 millimeters. Has to do with the wavelength, the actual size of the wave that's going through the air. So it is tuned to do what it's supposed to do. Now this one I could probably stick about right there, but I don't want it to go out of the plane necessarily. So it can actually be any axis like this. But I need to be able to actually pierce the material to make this easy. So I'm kind of torn. I might want to go like right here just to make it a little easier reach for the antenna. So you see I'm going to do this. Normally I would be doing this with a toothpick.
We have skewers, but those are long too.
They're way long. But you know what? I'm going to just do it this way. I'll show you the other trick of the day, okay? So I'm gonna make my own improvised Q-tip stabbing device, okay? For those of you in the pokey, you know, making toilet wine.
Toothpicks.
You might need to make a shiv for this. Okay, so here it is. Now I'm just gonna pierce this and go in until I can't go any deeper. And I'm feeling out here with my middle finger so I don't accidentally go out of the plane, okay? So you can see how that went. Very simple. Okay, and then I'm just gonna quite literally take the antenna and stuff it in the hole. Just give it a good old time, okay? I'd like more penetration than that. And I don't know if you guys have the same problem, but we have flies that have decided to just like spring from death to life randomly while doing all sorts of weird things.
It's gonna be cold in a few days and
They'll all die.
dead, hopefully.
Awesome. Okay, good. Let's hope for that.
yeah.
So then, now I can stick this in, and I know I'm blocking with my hand. Camera crew is doing her best to get you guys a shot of what's going on. So now don't kink this stuff. It is not kinky. More dad jokes. As usual, Brian Phillips RC. Okay, so now here's the other thing you could do. You could actually take and slide this in to hold it, but I'm afraid I'm gonna damage something, so I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so just a clear piece of tape. Just run-of-the-mill tape here. Just tape it down. It does not need to be perfect, it just is holding it kind of where we have it so that it's not a complication later. And remember, like I said, it's not load bearing or anything like that. We're just holding it in a rough approximate position, okay? Same thing with these two wires. We don't really care if they flop to and fro as long as they don't undo themselves, okay? And it would take a pretty fair amount of pressure to undo itself, okay? So now at this point, we're gonna come in here, give this a good wiggle, and as you can see, it does not move at all. It is stuck down. Our antennas are now at diversity angles, okay? So this doesn't matter. So long as you're 90 degrees of the other one, you should be fine, okay? So I'm gonna clean up and come right back. So while we have this on the stand, I'm gonna go ahead and measure for center of gravity. They're saying it's 115 to 120 millimeters. That's a small range for a big plane.
That is.
From the edge of the bottom of the wing. So real quick, guys, let's look at this. This is where they're drawing it from this, I think.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to 120 millimeters and then we'll come back to 115, right? Is that correct?
150, yes, 120.
Okay, so 120, 119.96 is fine. So then you want to just be square, and so I'm looking at this point and I want to come out here and measure kind of in the middle where I can get my hands to it. And so I'm just looking here, getting it as close as I can, and then making a mark, okay? Then same thing here, coming out a couple inches, just using that as my reference, and then making a mark. And you're probably like, that seems pretty haphazard. Yes. They're talking about a 5 millimeter range. That's incredibly
crazy
tight.
on a plane this size.
Yeah, okay, so now we should expect to see that 5 millimeters forward, roughly. And then over here, right there. So now, what do? I darken the hole. I know some of you try to lighten your holes. I darken them. That's right. Then when I go to put my finger in them, I can balance my plane.
You can feel it?
Yes. So I'm gonna put this thing away, and basically the next move is to bind the plane to the receiver, the transmitter and receiver together. And so we need to have the battery in there, which we've already put in. I don't know that that's the right spot, by the way. And so eventually I'm gonna go get that marker I just put away because I'll need to mark where the battery locates to get the center of gravity to the prescribed point. Now, or I can reach out and touch those so I can balance the plane. So real quick before we do the radio setup any further, I wanna show you a trick. This cable is heavy. It needs to be plugged in, but I don't wanna power this yet. So I'm gonna plug in just the negative like this, okay? Then that's gonna give me a simulation of the position of the cable so that we can simulate the weight. I'm gonna try to put this in and it goes like a miracle. This needs to go back. Okay, very good. Now I'm gonna check the center of gravity. Normally I would articulate the gear down, but I guess since the gear are up, I'm gonna test it this way. And we got a 5mm clearance. So I'm just kind of going between. So on the back, we're tail heavy. On the front, we're very tail heavy.
Okay.
Okay, so that's probably not so good. Especially given the fact that they call for a 3300 and that's a 3200. So that tells me that we're probably not going to need a 3200. We're probably going to need a bigger battery.
Bigger battery.
Because I don't think we're going to get enough. But we can move it forward and try. So we'll loosen this strap, the only strap we can get to.
Right.
We'll slide it way forward.
You're hitting your other strap.
Yep, I understand. But let's try it there and see how bad we are.
Okay.
And there's the fly. Thanks, Fly, for hanging out. We missed you. So that was like a good inch forward. Okay. It does seem to fit though, so we'll see how that goes. And by the way, this nose gear will come out to the nose, but it's very light. Okay. Back hole, tail heavy. Front hole, tail heavy. I don't even need to put my finger on it. Okay. So that is like dramatically tail heavy. Tail heavy, there is a rule of thumb. Now, if you're new to flying, tail heavy planes fly once. Nose heavy planes fly poorly, okay? I would rather fly poorly than fly once, right? You can always make adjustments. Oh, good Lord. All the way at the end of the strap. Like, I just don't understand. Here's the other thing that could be happening. If they actually mean to measure from where the wing hits here and not where the wing actually goes in, which is unusual, I must add. Mm-hmm. It is unusual, but they have that drawn very specifically going to where the wing goes in. You see that?
Yeah, there's a
Do you agree with my assessment?
I agree.
Okay. But if they're wrong, we're going to be way nose heavy. Or if we're wrong, we'll be nose heavy.
Well, and be better to be overly nose heavy.
I would rather be nose heavy on a maiden than be tail heavy on a maiden. I'm not doing a bunch of 3D crap with this plane. I'm just flying it like a jet. A Cessna. Jet-powered Cessna. Sorry. Tail heavy. Still tail heavy.
Okay, if the CG was back a little bit, would it?
That would mean that it's back. Look from the side, please. It'd be back, the tip of my thumb back. So here, that is a big difference. Let's see where we look. Okay, so if we go back here, you can see now, then we're nose heavy or we're balanced, whatever. I don't trust their crappy measurements in the manual anyway.
Right.
They've already changed it clearly because they've
Because it's a giant sticker.
But read it to them. The ideal CG position is blah, blah, blah.
115 to 120 behind the leading edge, measured at where the wing meets the fuselage. In order to obtain CG specified, add weight to the fuse or move the battery position. Check CG before flying.
So we're just gonna assume we've got it, okay?
Okay.
Now, if you're brand new to the hobby, hopefully you're not starting with this plane.
Right.
This would be a bad plane to start with for reasons like that. And also, it took a lot of extra cables and know-how to get this thing to be, you know, manageable. And by the way, even with my battery barely strapped in, it's totally solid because of the shelf liner. Okay? So now, we are going to bind. So I can click and scroll down and just be prepared to bind. I'm going to click yes, and I'm going to be prepared, but you have to make sure your landing gear aren't going to articulate out and cause damage because we do not know if they're going to go down or if they're going to stay up. So make sure you have clearance for your gear, which we do. Okay. And of course, it always comes out of the bind menu before I can get in there, okay? So now it's time to plug it in. Assume the plane is going to try to fly off your plane stand. It won't, but just assume it. Okay, so it's plugged in. Now I'm going to get this somewhat level. I'm going to press the bind button. Then I'm going to come over here. I'm going to click, and then I'm going to scroll down to bind. And I'm gonna bind. Okay, so the flaps move down. So that's bad. We need that to stop. It's auto configuring, which is not a good time to auto configure at this point because we're gonna end up damaging our servos. So come up here. So I have to click, go to servo setup, flap system, dang it. Set it to switch B. Look what's happening, they're going the wrong way. I'm walking them up as quick as I can, okay? So now I'm lifted up. So I don't even care where they are, I just don't want them to damage themselves. Okay, so everything is moving free. You'll notice the severe buzzing noise has come to a mostly stop. Okay, I don't care what direction anything moves, I just want to make sure everything moves. Okay, we don't have any assignment for the steerable nose gear yet. And this is flopping. Okay, not a big deal. Now I'm going to toggle the gear. Throttle cut's on. It was not on when I started. Very unusual for me to do that. Gear down. Okay, so let's just start working through the ranks. We're in the flap system. I set that to plus 100 just to protect my servos. Okay, so if I move them, they're going to go down. That is a ridiculous amount of play. That is like nothing. Okay. Anyway, we'll talk about that more later. But for now, I'm gonna just, while I'm in this menu, I'll go ahead and set it to 2 seconds. I'll set like 6 and 10, whoops. And then I'm gonna set this, okay, so this is my normal. What are you doing? Come over here,
I'm trying
please.
to see the flaps.
Okay. So it looks like 0, oh, jeez. So basically what's going on is the servos are not mechanically centered in the right position, as you can tell. So if this is 100, okay, and that's 0, then I think what I need to do is I'm gonna go servo, travel, I'm gonna scroll over to reverse. I'm gonna reverse gear first. What? I did not do that. That was not on purpose. Gear, flap, okay? So when the gear are down, they're down. When the gear are up, they're up. Great, we've solved that problem, okay? Roll left, roll right. So the ailerons are also wrong, so I'm gonna reverse those. Roll left, roll right. Elevator is wrong, so I'm gonna reverse that. Elevator up, elevator down. Yaw left, yaw right. So one of the surfaces was right, that's kind of handy. Okay, so now that I've flipped the flaps, and we'll deal with the beeping ESCs, that's not a big deal. We'll get that next. Flap system, take off flaps, landing flaps. Okay, so we want 100 to be the center, so I need to rotate. Good Lord. Reverse. And my scrolly wheel is just getting dirty. Okay, so now I've got that flipped. So now I can go back to flap system. In this setting, I can clear that back to 0. Now I can go, I want to go negative 100. Okay, then take off flaps. And then landing flaps. There we go, that's pretty good. And we are running into nothing. Show the people, please, on the flaps. Check the linkage. Okay, so as you can hear, everything is buzzing and it's very disconcerting. I don't like that. I know how to do this stuff. It's very frustrating. Stresses me out, okay? So the other thing I wanna do is I'm gonna turn this plane around so that I can sit over here and we can start taking our time and doing what needs to be done as we need to do it, okay? So we also have channel 7 hooked up to the steerable nose gear, which is not doing anything yet, and we will get that in just a few minutes, okay? So real quick, I'm gonna put the lid back on so we can start doing some of the rest of the setup. You wanna have everything secured. Oh, except we'll probably need to de-energize it to get this ESC armed, okay?
Okay.
So our throttle cut is currently on. Throttle cut is now off. I'm just gonna walk out of the menu, hold the plane, go up, go down, nothing changes, okay? So from monitor, you can see that throttle is going up and down. Throttle cut is on, it's at negative 100, okay? Now I'm gonna unplug. Now that we're bound, we can do this. Plug it in, listening. I heard one beep, 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 beep. Okay, part of the problem could be that we have two signal lines hooked up, and I know sometimes they get a little pissy about that. Throttle cut's off. I'm gonna go up and then down. So because it's not arming, I have to now calibrate the ESCs. Unplugging, be careful, use caution, make sure your plane is supported. Throttle cut is off, throttle is up, all the way. Plugging it in, listening, beep, beep, all the way down. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, so now they're armed. Throttle cut is now on and tested. Throttle cut is off and forward thrust. Jeez, that's a lot of blowing. Okay, throttle cut's on and tested. Okay, guys, so in this very short series of strange moves, we have gone from completely wrong to almost right, okay?
Okay.
Right here, elevator up, elevator down, roll left, roll right, yaw left, yaw right, take off flaps, now landing flaps. Does look like that one's moving further. Is that just in my head?
Do it again.
Why does it sound like...
Sounds horrible.
Every movement sounds horrible. This is what I remember about Dynam. Okay, roll left, roll right. Okay, so now I'm gonna click, I'm gonna go to servo setup, I'm gonna go to travel, and I'm gonna go to ailerons and I'm gonna open them up. To 150, I wanna see how much we run into the stuff. So stay where you are.
Okay.
Yep, we don't hit. So 150 gets us more movement, we aren't hitting, so I'm gonna back it down to about 145, okay? Because sometimes Spectrum gets a little weird at the top of the range. Then I'm gonna go to elevator, I'm gonna open that up and see if we have any issues hitting at 145, up, down. Nope, we're good there, we're not hitting, so I'm gonna open that up to 145, and then rudder, I'm gonna move that, whoops, to 145. Yaw left, yaw right, total clearance, no problem. Okay, good. So now that we're at 145 on all those, I'm gonna go to flaps, I'm gonna put it in neutral, and I'm gonna open it up to 145 and see how much we try to bind. Are we binding?
Yeah, in the front. On this one, it's hitting.
Okay.
There, it's not.
Okay. This one is over the top. See?
Yeah.
That one's not. I think it would be if the foam was a little bit better to us. So in that case, stay put so I can get to where you need to be. Okay? So you see this? I'm gonna go to the center. I'm gonna click, I'm gonna scroll that back to 100, okay? Back to neutral. We want this to be smooth and this is not. That's not good, okay? Roll left, roll right. So we have to mechanically center this, which is just a pain in the neck. But what we can do is we can either unscrew this Phillips screw or we can pop off the ball link. We're gonna pop off the ball link. Just stay right where you are, please.
Okay.
And all we have to do is pop off the ball link and then mechanically center that. So this is actually considerably easier than having to do like Z-bends and crap like that, which we've done in the past, believe it or not.
Right.
And I'm gonna sit down just so this is easier.
Where are you?
Just where you were is where I want you, please. Stay here. I'm gonna pop this off. Okay. Gosh, I can't get the dang thing to pop off. Good Lord. So now all I gotta do is basically screw this in. Oh, good Lordy Lord. I need some pliers because I can't even spin the dang thing. I don't know if you could see how hard I was trying to turn that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm using pliers to hold this, and then I'm gonna screw it in. Oh, good Lord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we're gonna see if that pulls it to neutral. Nope, not even close.
Oh, it's closer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half to get it square. One more half turn, holding it, one more half turn, and then up here we'll see how it fits. Now we have a smooth transition to here. This is still not quite kosher, but whatever. Now I'm gonna snap this back on, and it should be a pretty simple process to do that with this tool. Snap it right back on, snap it right back on. Very good, guys. Okay, now I gotta do the same thing over here. And to be honest with you, these are the types of things that you expect to have with a Dynam. Is it a deal breaker for the average modeler? Probably not.
Probably not.
But for us, it just drives us crazy. We hate doing this stuff. This isn't really that big a deal though, okay?
No, it's not.
It's just, I'm just picky.
When they're already installed,
We're spoiled.
though.
We're spoiled. That's
Yeah.
the thing. We're really spoiled anymore. Okay, so I'm holding this. Now I'm gonna screw this in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Square. Let go. Pull it up. Nope. So I need to hold this. Did I go the wrong way? I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Oh yeah. One more if I can get it. Okay. One more. There's one more. Okay. Then I just hold the ball link on there. And we're dang close. Probably one more again. If I can get it. Not one more, but one more half. Okay, there's one more half. And this is not ambidextrous. Ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous. You're a person.
Now that's good. And that noise you hear is the noise of your servos breaking themselves. That's why it's so annoying to listen to. Because you know what it is when you've worked with models like I have. That does not like to go on that way, by the way. That is pissed about that, in fact. I am not okay with that, it says. I'm gonna go back half a turn and then see if it'll go. Okay, that was so mad at me for that. Did you see what it was doing? Oh, it's pissed. It's all bending out of shape and everything. Okay, now it's on. We'll see. Aileron, 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 aileron. I'm helping it. I'm helping it. Okay. I'm helping it. I'm helping it. Okay. Gotta love the resonant frequency on all this stuff. What is buzzing?
It's the elevator, isn't it?
Okay, all right, so clearly we got the surfaces moving, okay? So now we're gonna go gear down, okay? So we're good there, and as you can see, the steerable nose wheel is not moving, okay? So now, if I remember right, we have to do all that inside of forward programming, okay?
I think so.
If you guys don't know what forward programming is what we're about to do, okay? So we have, in the process of setting this up, had to basically do everything, except for the elevator was going the right way. We still had to increase the throws. So the stuff you saw in the last 10 minutes of video is action-packed and very critical. If you skip any of those steps, you're probably gonna have big issues, okay? I hope our center of gravity is not an issue. It might be still, okay? So, coming back over here, camera crew's gonna come with me. She's gonna stand right here. We're gonna turn the plane so we can walk out of that mode and we can go down to forward programming. We're gonna connect to it. We're gonna go to gyro settings, first time setup, next, next. Okay, we're gonna continue, it's level. Then we're gonna put it on its nose. This is not actually picking the level. Camera crew is probably gonna have to click that for me. I just need to give it a differentiation between two positions. Click.
Standby, and then orientation 5.
Okay, so now, does it look like what we have?
Yes. The bind button is towards the back, the logo is towards the front.
And if in any doubt, hold it up next to the plane.
Check it,
Make
look
sure
at
it's
it,
right.
whatever.
So in order to check that it's right, we're gonna check that it's right on camera. You guys see that? Looks the same as what we did, right? And it will automatically figure that for you. And if you can't automatically figure it for some reason, because it's maybe too big of a model to pick up or whatever, you can set it manually, okay? So now we're gonna continue. We're gonna set the gain channel. The gain channel is actually on this channel, which we set to what, like 11 or something? Aux 7, right?
Yes, channel 12.
So channel 12, and it already knows it's a rotary knob. We're gonna apply, it's gonna reboot, and you'll see receiver is rebooting. One dance, okay? Roll left, roll right. Failure to return perfectly to center is not uncommon on this type of, you know, kind of cheaper plane. Oh, I hate that I have to do that. But it is working. And I'm just like weirded out by how flexible that elevator is. Okay. All right, so now we'll click. We'll go back into gyro settings. First time safe setup we'll do after we do this. AS3X gains. These are flight mode 1, flight mode 2, flight mode 3. It's not changing. Why? Because we never set it. Okay. F mode. Highlight this and then exercise it. Okay. So the input is D.
Except it's not aux 1, it's aux 6.
Really? There it is. Booyah. Look at that. That's probably because D might have been a default. Okay. Oh, look, that's how you can tell it's working, because it's changing. Okay. We're going to sit back down so it's easier for the camera crew to film. Correct? Okay, so now you can see flight mode 1 is where we are going to set up AS3X. So I want to go, whoops. We already have that done. I want AS3X active. Then on this, I want AS3X off. And on this, I want AS3X active. Then it goes to previous, next, back, back. Then I want to go first time safe setup. We already did that. Go in, make sure it populates correct. It did. Hit next. Then I'm going to continue. I want safe in this mode, so I'm going to go ahead and continue on flight mode 3. Okay, so this is not level, so I'm going to retract the gear, and then I'm going to set it down. Camera crew, I need your help. Move the plane stand, please. Gear going down. Plop it on its mains for the first time in history, which is pretty cool. Okay, so now that's level. Okay, so now watch this: level, model, and capture attitude. Look at that. Do it again. Do it again. I do it a couple of times. Make sure I don't see any disparity or issue. You can make minor corrections if you'd like. And now in this setting, I want safe, self, level, angle, demand. And these values are your limits for pitch and roll. I'm going to set them all to 60. And that is going to give us a little bit wider flight envelope in safe. With it off, it's in the middle, it's off. And in AS3X only, it's also off. Okay, but in this, it's on. Okay. We're going to apply. Now watch for double dance. Okay. That's how you know safe is active. It doesn't mean it's on, it just means it's active. In this case, it happens to be on. So the receiver's rebooted. So I'm back in, I'm gonna exit out. Elevator up like this, watch this. Safe is off, look, it moves even further. So with safe on, you'll see a little bit less movement in your control surfaces than with it off or AS3X, okay? The other thing is, with safe on, it's gonna attempt to find level. So you can pick up your plane and point the nose down and look at what happens to the elevator. The elevator goes up trying to bring it level, or the elevator goes down trying to bring it level. Now look at the ailerons. When you flip it upside down on its back, look what happens to the ailerons. It's looking for the quickest route to level, okay? we're gonna have to cut some of that foam. You see?
You're hitting.
We'll cut some foam. So before I forget to do that, we're gonna let it down. So now that we know that safe is working, we can verify safe is not when we're out. So I'm gonna go to AS3X and I can see nothing because we haven't given throttle, so it's not actually turned on yet. But before we forget to do this, let's trim that foam on the ailerons. And to be honest with you guys, when you do a build on a plane, sometimes you just kind of have to work through it. And some of you will think, you've jumped around and confused me. Well, get ready to be confused. Because that is the way stuff unfolds when you build a plane. You work your way through until it's done, and then next thing you know, you're flying it, okay? So you see where it's hitting? You can see the mark right there, okay? So we're gonna cut right here, and we're gonna cut right here, and then we're gonna cut right here, deep, and then we're gonna pop out the foam, and it's gonna be gone. Okay. So now that one will clear. Then we're gonna do the same thing over here. God, so annoying to listen to those things chatter.
It's crazy.
It's like just constant. It's like listening to Brian Phillips' RC video, except even more annoying.
Yeah.
Okay. So here it is. So we've got that cut out. And so obviously those two little cuts are no big deal. We clearing now?
Yep.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so what have we done? Everything.
Well, not
what do we have
everything.
left to do? A few things. A few things, meaning we got to get AS3X tested. That's our next move. Go ahead and grab the plane stand, please, for me. Put it onto the table like you did before. Okay. We don't have a nose gear working yet either, which we will get next, okay? Let's check CG, or no, let's check AS3X, holding the tail, giving throttle. Holy cow, that thing is powerful. Throttle cuts on. Yep, 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 yep. You guys look, it's gonna go that way when I move it that way. Yes, it does. Toward me, yes. Elevator, yes, and yes. Now aileron up and down, up and down. Can you see it? Okay. Now, we have our ailerons on a Y cable so we can trust it's gonna work, but we're still gonna verify. It's like Reagan said, trust but verify, okay? Here we go, up, down, good. So now I'm gonna turn this plane and I'm gonna look at the behavior again, because guess how many times I test this? As many times as I need to until I'm 100% confident it's gonna go the right direction, because you will lose your plane if your correction is in the wrong direction, because you will not realize what the heck is going on in time unless you're a very, very, very lucky or skilled person. So you could be both, but you'll probably lose your plane, okay? So aileron roll left, aileron roll right, elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right, takeoff flaps and landing flaps. Guys, what do we have? We have a plane that could technically fly, but you're gonna have to be going in a pretty straight line because we have no steerable nose gear. As you can look, it's not moving. How do we fix that, Brian? Well, we have it hooked up to another channel. So we're gonna set that up right now, okay? So there's two ways you can fix this, okay? I'm gonna click, I'm gonna scroll into forward programming. Whoops, gyro settings, AS3X settings. We're almost there, okay? By the way, watch this, gain sensitivity, 4 times, watch this, look. Look how much it moves. You can really see it now. Elevator up, elevator down. Now watch the ailerons. Aileron up, aileron down, aileron up. So you can definitely see everything working. Okay, good. So now I can put that back to 1x. Stop block release rate, same, off, same, okay? I'm not messing with that value. I'm leaving it at factory default. Okay, that is a weird setting that you can use, okay? So, step back. That setting is used for when you have excessive correction and it overcorrects. So, stop stop lock is gonna stop that overcorrection upon reaching target. We have not learned how to really do anything other than just guess and check on that. And that's pretty much what they teach you in the manual, but you gotta know which axis you're doing it on. It's probably a little bit more complicated for the average Joe, so we'll get there eventually, okay? Fixed adjustable. They're all adjustable on this setting. On this setting, it's off. There is no AS3X. How do you know there's no AS3X? Because it doesn't correct, and I set it to off with a label, an audio label, and then I set it to off. Okay, we did that earlier. And then in flight mode 3, it is also adjustable with the same R rotary knob, okay? So I'm gonna hit next. Ooh, see how it says fixed?
Did you scroll that on accident?
I accidentally scrolled that. Why did it do that? That's super annoying. You guys see what I did on accident? Okay. Oh, that says stop block rate. Fixed. Heading gain. Oh, we want that fixed. Hon, did you see that? Mm-hmm. Jeez, guys.
That's a new...
I did not notice that, folks. I just wanted to point out the fact I thought that said gains. I want gains adjustable, not necessarily heading hold. Okay. Next, so see it says heading gain. Stop. Okay, so those are all fixed, okay? And they're gonna be true for both of the two modes that we're using them in, okay? So then what we can do is we can capture gyro gains if you want later after you've made a couple of flights and made changes and adjustments. But just to be clear, you can go in and have these values different with an offset factor of gain. So if gain goes up, it's going to be a factor of 40% plus multiplier, okay? Pitch, 50% plus multiplier, okay? Yaw, 60% times multiplier. Got it? Same thing is true here. This is off, but it still shows them for whatever reason in that setting, which is a little bit unusual. Oh, that's because we disconnected. Did you see that? That happens sometimes. Just reconnect, go back into the same setting you were in. AS3X settings. Where were we?
Fixed adjustable, capture gyro gains.
Oh, no, I don't want to actually do that yet. Okay, so it's fine. Whatever it is, it is. But you see how they move? That's full, that's off. You see how the gain, as I turn the knob all the way up, that's the full value. Okay, makes sense? So whatever knob position you have is going to give you a factor of the maximum value, okay? Now, safe settings are already done. Nose wheel, there you go, buddy. Nose wheel channel is what?
7.
Okay, so I want to go, get this right the first time. Aux 2 is 7, right?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Aux 1 would be 6.
Aux 1 is gear.
5 is gear.
5 is gear. Then aux 1 would be flaps in this case,
6.
which is why it's inhibited. Okay, so aux 2, then retract channel is going to be gear. So that would be A, so gear. Mm-hmm. We're currently extended. You can flip that without dropping your gear here, okay? Extended delay, I'm gonna go with 2 seconds maybe. And we don't need to reverse it. And then we can learn travel if you change it. Okay. Maximize rates for this channel, move channel to both extremes and then apply. Maximize gains for this channel. I don't even have it set up. It's probably not gonna work on the first shot, but we'll try. Okay, so I need to go back to that learn travel and then apply. Now, you'll notice the nose gear is still not moving. Just move the camera down. See how it's not moving? That's because I didn't actually make the association. But let's go next. Okay, then the rate gain, heading window, gain sensitivity, priority, okay? So this is where the gain channel would be still the same as aux 7 with an offset of something, okay? So now if we go to this, let's say it's 50%, right? So now let's look. It's gonna work. Is it working already?
No.
Nope, it's not working. And that's why, because we never actually made the mix, okay? So now that we're done with that, I'm gonna go back down to learn travel and just see if it works. Okay, and then hit apply. And you'll notice it's not moving, correct? Unless it thinks the gear are, no, it says they're extended right now.
Right.
Okay, so it should be doing correction. So we're gonna walk back out and I'm gonna show you how to do this. So now I need to go to mixing. Where is mixing? Oops, dang it. Mixing. Normal. Rudder. Rudder. To aux 2.
Yes.
At a rate of 100%. To 100%. I didn't know if we had to do that first. And it's always going to be on, okay? So now if you look up there, it should be moving, but it's not moving yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit on. So is it not aux 2? Did you tell me wrong?
Aux 2 would be 7.
Aux 3 would be aux 8, right?
Yep. We'll
Or,
put the
yeah.
LEDs into 8.
That's right. And the LEDs are on, so
They
that's
are.
always good. Okay. So then the offset is nothing. Okay, so let's walk out of here. The other thing is it might think it's retracted. So, because if it's retracted, it would not be moving right now. So I'm going to go back into forward programming. We're going to go to gyro settings, nose wheel. I might have to learn my travel now that I have it actually. 1, 2, apply. Okay. Now it's moving. See? It's because I never taught it what to do. So that's going the right direction. And I am in extended, so it's working right now. So if I move this, it should be. It always seems like it's going backward, but you can see it's working.
It's correcting.
Now watch this. I'm going to turn the gain all the way up. See, it's going up like crazy. And then all the way down, it's nothing. Okay, so let's come back around. Guys, I apologize. I'm still learning this too. So you do have to do the mix first. I should have done that first, but my apologies. So now I'm going to go to the next setting and I'm going to turn up the gain to like 100%. Okay, just to show you how incredible this can be. Okay, now if you look at that, it's going like nuts. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And if I turn off AS3X, it stops. If I turn it on, I can go all the way up and it's just like gonna rock solid make this thing go straight, okay? There's also such a thing as heading hold, which is the heading gain is different than rate gain. So heading gain is gonna lock it in a position, but you can run into problems with that too, okay? So I just use rate gain for now. And it is correcting against the environmental impact. As you can see, it's turning opposite the direction the nose is being moved by me. Okay? The idea here is that you can have more correction on the nose gear than you do on this. Then, here's a really cool feature. It's gonna be awkward to show, but I'm gonna show it anyway. Watch it correcting like crazy. Now watch. As soon as I stop having the gear deployed, it stops correcting, which means you're not wearing out the servo, potentially causing a bind or wasting power. Now watch this. It's gonna take 2 seconds to deploy. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and then it's gonna start working. Pretty awesome, right? That is a huge and awesome feature that should have always been available. And yet it just became available. Okay? So now that we have all of the basic settings, I just want to demonstrate. In safe, it's going to do the nose wheel correction. In off, it's going to shut off. In AS3X, it's going to be an AS3X. With the gain all the way up, it's moving like crazy. The gain down, it's going to stop completely. The gain at 5%, it's going to do 5% times multiplier of 100%. Okay? All the way up, it's gonna go all the way up. Halfway down, that's where we're gonna start. It's gonna have a lot more movement. Now come look at the rudder just so they can see the difference. As I move this, it's pretty aggressive up there.
Yeah.
Compared to this, right?
Yes, for
That's
sure.
the key, is that you tend to need more aggressive correction on the nose gear than you do for the rudder. Because once you're in the air moving quickly, you need less movement to keep this plane from yawing like crazy. Now that doesn't mean that we're not gonna have to fiddle with the gains, which means we may have to come back in here and reduce this overall gain here. And you can also go, watch this. That's rate gain 100%. Now check this out, look. You can go up to 4 times, watch this, watch that thing. It's gonna just be insane. Look how touchy that is.
Yeah.
That's all the way up. It's like instantly locked, okay? It's not gonna let this thing, look at it. It's probably too much, okay? Because look at that, it's already oscillating, okay? So 4X is too much. So I'm gonna go from 4X down to 1X, and I'm just gonna leave it there. We'll see if that's enough. And then I can back, 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 back. Okay, so now AS3X is working, off is working, safe is working. We've established a direction of correction, not only on all 3 axes, okay? We have established that it's working in the right direction on AS3X off, doesn't do anything, and safe, it does. So the key is, the only and last setting that you could check that you don't need to check is the angle allowed, which is 60 degrees, okay? 90 degrees, 0 degrees, minus 90 degrees, 0 degrees, 60 degrees, that's what we're allowing. For pitch, that's what we're allowing for roll, and you only do pitch and roll for safe, okay? So, throttle cut is on, safe is on. I'm gonna hold the sticks down. Camera crew is actually gonna do this for me because I have to pick up the plane. She's just gonna hold that down, okay? Now look at the elevator. As we go, look what happens when we hit 60 degrees. It stops, okay? And if you try to go past, safe is gonna try to auto level. But it's gonna limit your bank angles from the human interaction. Now let go of that stick. Now I want you to roll it, so go all the way to the right or the left. Okay, now look at the roll. There's where it's gonna stop. You guys see that? That's where it's gonna let you go. Now it may shoot a little bit past if you have a high inertia event, or there's some wind that AS3X doesn't overcome. But the key is, we are gonna allow ourselves 60 degrees in all those movements. That was the one setting that we changed in safe, okay? So what have we done? We built a plane that was in that box just a few short hours ago. Well, in our case, there was 1 day in between, but that'll be our little secret. We set up all the wiring, rearranged it to make it neater than what it would have been otherwise. We then wired together a receiver into all the wires. We then mounted our receiver, installed the antennas, made sure everything worked here. Oh, and we haven't even talked about the telemetry data. So let's talk about that for a minute. We can scroll over. We have the volts right now of our flight pack, okay? So I can also go down here to telemetry, and I can see gyroscopic information. I can turn it off if I don't want. RPMs, I don't really think we have that, so I'm gonna turn that off. Volts, I want, and we actually do have a vario. Now the volts, right now it doesn't know what size pack we're using, so I'm gonna put it to 6S, and that should pre-populate with some of these values. And we have none of these warnings on, but you can turn those warnings on so that it gives you a warning at the minimum volts. Let's say, we always do this on camera and then we like do mathematical errors. So let's say we want to be at least 3.3 volts per cell, okay? Which 3.3 volts times 6 would be 19.8. So let's say 3.6 times 3. That would be, whoops, sorry. 3.6 times 6 rather, 21.6. So it looks like 23.4. So I'm gonna go 21.6. Now that's the nominal voltage. So all the packs together, and I'm gonna have voice. So she's gonna start talking to us when that happens. You can also do status reports at intervals. So she can call out every, so like every 30 seconds you could have her give status reports, okay? Or you can clear that and leave it off and just go to the warning reports. And I want the warning reports every 15 seconds once we have hit the warning. Now, hopefully that's not super annoying. We can also set up a vario if you want to use it, okay? And this vario is not the full-blown vario, but you can see the altitude. See, it's at 1.3 feet. Hun, show that. It's at 1.3 feet. Now what's it, we're at like 4?
4.2, 4.5,
Okay.
Yep.
And there you have it. So this thing is gonna be super capable of collecting information that might be helpful. And as you can see, we haven't turned on the annoying vario, but we could if we wanted to. Now watch that chart as I go up and down, up, down. So you can actually see the chart of your active flight, which is crazy. And that would be more for like a sailplane, okay? You're not gonna generally do that in an EDF warbird. But I gotta say, there is a ton of technology squeezed into that. And one more piece, if you need it, if you insist upon following all the rules and you're flying outside of a FRIA and you want to be fully compliant with the stupid laws, you can then add this Sky module and actually get GPS data in your receiver as well, and you can use other features. Now, I am not gonna do an exhaustive installation of this because we don't need to do that, but you could. Now, you could also just throw a battery on this and wrap it with like 6 or 7, maybe 20 layers of aluminum foil and throw it in there just to keep it safe if you want.
Extra padding.
Now, we also have an offering, what's it called, Ruco?
It's the Ruco.
So this is like $100, okay? It's a lot, but you can move it from plane to plane for recreational use, okay? If you're like Part 107, then you have to have one on each of your devices, which of course the FAA in their vast wisdom has no freaking clue how people actually use their stuff. And if you had a drone that was like $25,000 and you were going out and like spraying fertilizer with it or something, I kind of appreciate needing to have that on there so you don't do something bad. But these toys, what are they thinking? You know, there's hundreds of them here. But if you want to be fully legal, you can put one in here and carry it then to the next plane and to the next plane and so on and so forth. And that becomes trackable by any Karens that are within the arena that is within the scope of the broadcast module, okay? So you do have to be within so many feet for them to pick it up. Fortunately, it got backed way off from what it was gonna be, which was just like basically putting us into the national airspace on all the different, it was gonna be like an 80B2, which thank God it's not that. Now it's just a different system, it's much simpler. Anyway, there are cool features on it. If you're into that sort of thing and love Big Brother, then you'll love Remote ID. We do not. So anyway, make up your mind. We don't care what you do. Just don't end up in the pokey. You might have to watch Brian Phillips RC to pass the time. All right, elevator up, elevator down, roll left, excuse me, roll left, roll right. Yaw left, yaw right. And everything is working there, takeoff flaps and now landing flaps. And I just want to point out the correction. You're probably thinking to yourself, Brian, how did you know to set up the flaps so that there was a 6 and a 10 in a positive value instead of a negative value? I just guessed and got lucky, okay? I'm looking at this. I want that to drop when I put the flaps down. It dropped. I want it to drop a little bit more when I put the flaps to the next setting, and so on and so forth. Now, how did I know that? Like I said, I just got lucky, okay? Sometimes it's negative, sometimes it's positive, but I want on an inboard flap, this is not an inboard flap, okay? I want, God, it's annoying to listen to these things. See the silence? It's the sound of silence. Stop. Thank you. If these were inboard flaps, I don't know if you guys can hear that buzzing. It is so obnoxious. The inboard flaps would call for a downward correction. If these were outboard flaperons, this would need to go up, because outboard flaperons, for whatever reason, will actually create a pitch down movement, okay? If you have inboard flaps, that will create a pitch up movement, and you want to counter that with down elevator. Sometimes you don't need any, and I can tell you this, we've gotten lucky, like on that 90 millimeter Avanti, we set nothing, and it was rock solid perfect. And I think it's because AS3X Plus is just that much more locked in. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest with you right now. This is the second AS3X Plus plane that we have set up, and there is a lot to learn. We do not know how to do all the stuff yet. We're still learning, but this still went a lot smoother than that one. We had less trouble. We were able to demonstrate that the nose gear is deployed and working, but only after one failed attempt. So that's like 5 better than last time. So as with anything else, everybody has to learn this stuff the first time they do it. We're gonna help get you through it, over the hump, so to speak, so that you can go from the box or from the chair to the air. And all you have to do is follow our advice, buy stuff from the links, you'll help support us financially. And if you get something that's just total garbage, you will know what you're getting, because we will have showed it sucking in the video. If you decide to do this plane and you get the ready to fly, don't. I don't often give ultimatums, but I would suggest do not get the ready to fly. Get the Spectrum receiver, you'll have a much better offer, a better opportunity to have a good outcome. I'm not buzzing right now, which is great. I don't hear buzzing. I guarantee you that that buzzing will eventually burn out your servo. That being said, the only way to prevent buzzing with a pinch style hinge is to relax the foam to the extent that it stops buzzing, or mechanically relieve the pressure. You also notice that this is not perfectly square. I don't care. It's a Dynam. It's gonna be fine, okay? If this was a $20,000 jet, I would care. I don't on this, okay? A $20,000 jet probably would not do that, or this, okay? But in the air, you're not gonna have a hand on here doing that. And I do here, okay? So, in total, we're amazed. Well, I'm speaking for both of us. Mm-hmm. We're amazed at how well this went. Mm-hmm. We do not want this to be a reflection of our ordinary experience necessarily with Dynam, unless Dynam has turned a new leaf. And if they are gonna do it like this, it is a huge improvement over our previous experiences. Now, there's 2 ways you can look at that, and this is just because I don't wanna be a total BS slinger here. We have gotten better, and they have gotten better.
Yeah.
Or we have gotten enough better that we can do a better job with garbage. I don't think it's that. No. I think they actually did better on this one.
Yes.
So, when and if you decide to buy this, first of all, it looks a lot nicer. Mm-hmm. Second of all, it went together a lot better. Third of all, the packaging was better. I know for a fact that that was vetted by the distributor,
right?
FPV Builds, because I talked to Anthony about that, who owns it. And he said, I am going through them to verify what I have asked the factory to do. And if they didn't do it right, I do it for them, which is crazy, mind blown. Now, does a normal distributor do that? Not generally. And I can speak from experience. We got planes from Dynam with different issues, packaging wise. We didn't have those same issues. In fact, our box was in good shape, mm-hmm. and everything was packed well.
Yep.
I am assuming that the commitment from FPV Builds is going to be that we're going to do that for yours too. That's what we were led to believe, okay? I don't work for him. I can't be there. I'm not going to babysit him. I'm just telling you about our personal experience. Now, does that mean I want you to buy this instead of an F7F? you know, I'm not an idiot. That's an awesome, really well done plane. This is still a Dynam. Even though it was a lot better experience, I haven't flown it, and I am not going to believe this Dynam until I see it in the air. And I see it survive.
Yeah.
And a prop doesn't fly off and go like 400 feet in the air and come back to the ground.
Yeah.
Or complete disastrous failure. But admittedly, I am a better pilot now. We have better technology in this. I have a better transmitter, which is just a slight factor. I don't know. We were on like NX6 or 8 last time I think we did it. Or no, we might have had it ready to fly.
Yeah,
Either way.
I'm not sure.
No, we had that stupid Detram one. I hated that thing. It's garbage. We had the Detram for that one, didn't we? And we have the C.
had it for most of
do we
them.
have a C-37? What is it? C-20?
No, C-47.
C-47. Very good plane, by the way. It's like one of the few Dynams I actually really like. It still has all the same Dynam problems, but it's actually a really good flying plane. So I wish we had that on a Spectrum transmitter.
Yeah, because that's on a.
It's on. It was a ready to fly or some such thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was a bind and fly. I think that was a bind and fly. But either way, guys, you can go back and watch the videos and see the stark difference in this build from the other. Now, this is admittedly just like the different livery, I think is what it is from the other one we did.
But I think they've upgraded their finishes and
it
stuff,
looks
even
a
though it's different
lot
livery.
nicer.
Yeah.
And it's surprising. Now, there's still idiosyncrasies about this that you won't see on like the F7F, which it's like 3 times the price plane.
Yeah.
Or 2 times. Or, you know, like the Avanti we were just talking about, or like the Viper from E-Flight or whatever. This is a different echelon of plane. So if you're expecting it to be an E-Flight, you're going to be disappointed.
Right.
Okay. Also, I got to say, I am just really surprised by how well all the steps went on this. So again, that could be somewhat attributed to us. It could be somewhat attributed to the better packaging, better experience. If this was a normal Dynam experience, we would have never abandoned Dynam.
Right.
Okay.
Agreed.
So that all being said, the landing gears still feel very weak. I'm nervous that's going to be a problem. The mains feel pretty good, but the nose gear seems to have a lot of play on the plastic, which makes me nervous.
Yeah.
Underneath the plastic should be spring steel, so there should be a little bit there, but it seems to be pretty wiggly still. That being said, if you have AS3X Plus and nose wheel correction, it might not be an issue because it's going to track straight. So let's hope that that's what's going to happen. I am very excited to see this fly. I hope that the CG markings are wrong and that this thing will fly perfectly fine where we put our battery. It's possible that it's not going to. It's going to tend to be tail heavy. But with AS3X Plus, and as good as it is, I can crank this knob and put my my Expo up and I can get this thing to the ground. I should have no problem. Also, I gotta say, the retracts do seem to be working okay. So I'm happy with that. One of the issues we've had with Dynams in the past is that the retracts will eventually bend and bind on closure.
Yes.
Okay? We'll see if that's a problem on this one. I don't think it's gonna be. This thing has some like hellacious power, okay? And I gotta show you, I just don't wanna blow like our pile of planes over.
Yeah, I know.
But I don't wanna knock our helicopters
go
over.
that way towards the plant behind you.
Where the papers are? Okay. Okay, throttle cuts off. Okay, so here goes nothing, guys. Check this out. This is crazy. That's 100% throttle. And it just like blew leaves all over our base vent. Throttle cuts on. So I'm really excited to see that. That's a lot of thrust.
Yeah.
For a Dynam, I'm really excited for that. And they do sound good. So I'm like, hey, I will take yes for an answer. And I think you should too. So if you want to support Brian Phillips RC and you're satisfied with the information that we shared in this video, smash the like button. Definitely click the bell for when you're subscribing so you get notified of new content. Obviously, it's not a new plane, but it's a new video for us. So you're going to get notified about this and other content that we put out. And we usually put out a handful of shorts each week. That's just highlights of previous long format video. And just keep in mind, we are a long format channel. We do shorts to satisfy the beast that's known as Google. Look it up, Google, Google.com. You can also check out all of our videos on playlists right here on YouTube or bprc.me, which is our short link that takes you to brianphillipsrc.com. That's our homepage, our domain. And you can go there and you can compare this to other planes that we've done that would be in similar size class, either by brand or by type. So this would be like a Warbird, this would be an EDF, this would also be a Dynam, okay? This might be under a couple of different distributors because we have distributed them under different brands, but one of our brands sort of went by the by side. Probably not anything we had to do with, but anyway, things happen over time, okay? And no hard feelings, by the way, on that one. It's just the way things worked out. But that being said, we have a different distributor for this one, and so we're hoping that things go well with that. If you have questions, you can leave it in the comments below. And if you still want other ways to support us, we have Patreon for monthly support. Thanks for being one if you're a Patreon. YouTube super thanks for one-time donations, and YouTube members for monthly support, as well as PayPal for one-time donations. Those are 4 different ways you can do it that don't have to do with buying this plane or the battery that we recommend, which in this case right now is the 3200 6S 50C. Okay, we're also going to have a 50C in the 4000 milliamp hour size class, and we might also, not 100% sure if we're going to show this yet, we may show the China hobby line. Not sure if we're going to show that yet, but we do have the correct connector adapter for that, so we might show that as well if we find that we need a little bit more nose weight. Keep in mind, I am still a big fan of smart technology. I think it's one of the safest and easiest ways to battery your planes, but there are times when we have found that they are a little bit lacking, and right where that is twin ADFs, because a lot of times we find that they like to puff our packs, okay? Now, if they don't puff our pack, I will report it. If they do puff our pack, I'll report it. But this is a fairly new 50C pack. This calls for a 30C pack. I think we're probably going to be okay. And I don't recall having puffing issues with our last Dynam Messerschmitt 262. So let's hope that's the same situation here, or better. Also, soft tires are unheard of from a brand like this. But let's hope in tandem with wiggly gear and nose gear stabilization, we can have a very good outcome on ground handling. Very disappointed that the inboard flaps are not actually flaps. That can be added if you decide to do it, but it is going to take 2 extra servos and a couple of extra Y cables or a 4-way Y splitter, which you can do that, by the way. So disappointed that that isn't already included. This is a pretty sophisticated model, given that it is relatively easy to set up. It is not 5 channels as we've configured it. We have a 7-channel configuration. We do have a spare channel. We could set up full-length flaperons if you wanted, in addition to ailerons when you're out of flaperons. So there's a lot of cool things you could do. You could also set up crow on this plane if you thought you wanted to slow it down better. Thrust reverse, to my knowledge, is not an option on this particular type of plane, unless you were to replace the ESCs with an avian. But just keep in mind, 2 avians do not always allow for thrust reverse. They have a dual thrust reverse capable, it's like a 40 amp dual that was in the A10. And there is sometimes difficulty with getting the timing right when you turn on thrust reverse if you use 2 avian ESCs, from what I've been told. That may have been corrected. We just haven't had personal experience with success, so we're not going to tell you to do something we can't guarantee is going to work. Okay, we've answered hopefully all your questions and more. If you're brand new to the hobby, wrong plane for you, just to be clear, if we haven't already clarified that. And we are excited to have you with us. So smash the like button. Click the bell for notifications when you do subscribe, because we got so much more right around the corner on Brian Phillips RC. Leave your questions down below. We'll do our best to get to them. And definitely excited to see this. Dynam, I can't believe I'm going to say this. Maybe. Good job. Maybe. Okay. It's cautiously optimistic from Brian Phillips RC and the camera crew. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay tuned. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate your patience with us on these longer builds. But at the same time, this could have been a lot worse, and it wasn't. So far, thumb up and thumb sideways, waiting to be disappointed, but cautiously optimistic for a double thumbs up. So the maidens are coming. You guys have probably already seen them, by the way. And if you're looking for another plane like this, remember, hit up bprc.me, and you can compare and contrast this to another similar offering. All right, stay tuned. More coming.